you have that fleshed out activity before the meeting, you're not going to get real deals into this meeting. The other big question I've gotten here at Raymond James is Xi, who said that this war is upsetting the world order, come in and try to be a bit more aggressive with President Trump. But the risk there is that President Trump never stays on the defensive. He goes on the offensive. And if we have an escalation in the trade war with China, if we are questioning what's happening with tech restrictions on semiconductors, if we're questioning what's happening on critical minerals, those are not positive headlines. I don't think we get there, but that risk is absolutely present over this next 2 weeks.
Ed, are there any signs of that so far? I've been struck by some of the commentary on corporate calls. I'm thinking of Apple in particular, and Tim Cook talking about how things are actually getting better in China. And they actually reported a better than expected sales in China. Do you get any sense that the relationship is becoming more tense, or do you think that we're entering a period of both sides wanting calm?
Yeah, so after the October meeting between Trump and Xi, he gave an order, President Trump gave an order to the administration, stand down. Do not do anything that pokes China, which has given this opportunity to de-escalate. There's been conversations with companies like Apple. Can they work with a couple of Chinese companies to develop deals on memory, because those have been very expensive products. Those are openings. Tim Cook has had a great relationship with President Trump since the beginning of this second term. But if you see this kind of shift, and if she wants to make this change, because they hold a number of things that we need to run our economy, he could get a little bit more aggressive. Now, the United States holds plenty of things that China needs to run their economy. It's just more of that personality-driven decision-making as we go into this discussion here kind of 2 weeks from now that can dictate that. And I guess the one warning I'd have is that we've seen in the past, China will escalate right before the meeting to be able to de-escalate during the meeting. Trump's able to come out of the meeting and say, I won these concessions that China had threatened. That's what we did in October. Will we do it again here in May?
Looking forward to that dance if it happens later on. And thank you, sir. Ed Mills there of Raymond James, wonderfully framed for a meeting that takes place in a few weeks' time. Remember, it was going to be a diplomatic embarrassment? Language like that, right? Which is why it was delayed originally?
Yeah, and if it gets delayed again, how terrible. And now it's sort of like, yeah, what's the point? Let's just move it all around.
Coming up on the programme, Shamir Khalik of Citi. As the Iran war reshapes global trade, plus Danny's got your morning movers. Moderna flying in the pre-market, higher by 7%.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन. मार्केट ओपन ही होने वाला है. एमसीएक्स एनएससी बीएससी तो क्लोज ही था आज. फिलहाल देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल को फ्लैट ओपनिंग है. नेचुरल गैस लग रहा है थोड़ा सा गैप अप देखने के लिए मिला था. कल इन्वेंट्री काफ़ी अच्छी आई थी, उसका भी इम्पैक्ट था. मिक्स इम्पैक्ट कह सकते हो. नाउ नीड टू सी कितना और मूव करता है अपसाइड पे. फॉरेक्स में गैप अप हुआ है, रेजिस्टेंस पे जाके आया है, तो थोड़ा सा देखना पड़ेगा हमारा मार्केट कहाँ पर ओपन हो रहा है, बिकॉज उसके बेसिस पर ही कुछ कह सकते हैं कि प्राइस और कहाँ तक जा सकता है. फिलहाल अगर आप देखोगे नए लेवल तो हमारे पास 280 के अराउंड एक रेजिस्टेंस दिखता है. अब 3 मिनट और हैं. तो ये एक रेजिस्टेंस है, जब तक ब्रेक नहीं होता 280 का अच्छा रेजिस्टेंस है. देखते हैं गैप अप कितना बड़ा हो रहा है. फॉरेक्स में तो ये यहाँ तक गया है, मैंने देखा था. फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देखोगे मार्केट, नेचुरल गैस की बात करूँ, अपना इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने के बाद अपसाइड पे एक अच्छा मूव वापस और किया था. थोड़ा सा वहाँ से सेलिंग आ गई है. अपना इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग मुझे लग रहा है फ्लैट ही ओपन होगा, शायद चांसेस कम ही है. 12:30 की कैंडल, हाँ फ्लैट ही है ऑलमोस्ट, कुछ खास बड़ा गैप अप नहीं है. क्लोजिंग के बाद लगभग 3%, 2 से 3% ऊपर चला गया था. ठीक है, 270 के आसपास कहीं चला गया था शायद ये. सो देखेंगे अगर आएगा तो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, नहीं तो पुल बैक आता है तो फिर कल के लो के आसपास एक वापस से बाइंग प्लान रहेगी और कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा। विल सी इन 15 मिनट, स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे बनेगा तो देख लेंगे। बिटकॉइन को देखते हैं अभी। ठीक है, ये 5:30 बाकी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा एंड देन 5:30 के बाद फिर आपका डेटा की बात करें, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन, 7:30 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का डेटा है, इंपॉर्टेंट है गोल्ड और सिल्वर के प्राइस के लिए। बाकी क्रूड भी ऑलमोस्ट न्यूट्रली ओपन है, फ्लैट ही ओपन हो रहा है, या दोनों ही ओपन हो चुके हैं, न्यूट्रली ओपन है दोनों। इस 280 के ऊपर निकला तो फिर 295 96 तक जा सकते हैं उस केस में। ठीक है, तो फ्लैट ओपनिंग है, मिडल ऑफ द लेवल है बिल्कुल। एक छोटा सा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट यहाँ पर भी है, not a resistance but kind of a point of interest. Will price take some rejection from here as well? I think जब तक इसके ऊपर नहीं जाता तो मुझे लगता नहीं रेजिस्टेंस को डायरेक्टली हिट करने जाएगा। छोटा सा ये रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर सकता है नेचुरल गैस के लिए। क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखोगे, क्रूड ऑयल ठीक है, कल सेलिंग आई थी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के अराउंड से, फिर साइडवेज चला गया था। बाकी कल आई थिंक यूएस पेंटागन ने प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प को ब्रीफ किया है रिगार्डिंग द यूएस ईरान वॉर। OpenAI is exploring building its own smartphone, potentially competing with Apple, Samsung, and Huawei. Matt Cooper, head of US Central Command CENTCOM, has briefed President Donald Trump on potential military option against Iran, including a possible final blow strike package, as per the Fox News report. देखना पड़ेगा क्या इसमें और ये बोलते हैं. ये मेजर स्टेटमेंट कह सकते हो एक तरह से. ये न्यूज़ US Central Command Chief Admiral Bradley Cooper on late Thursday briefed US President Donald Trump about the final blow plans to Iran. The CENTCOM chief drew up plans for a short and powerful series of strikes on Iranian target to pressure Iran to give ground in negotiation. The news of the planned meeting was first reported by Axios. ठीक है, ऐसा होता है तो क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस हो सकता है और ऊपर जाए नियर टर्म्स में, शॉर्ट टर्म्स में. बहुत छोटी सी एक रेंज बना के फंसा हुआ है अभी फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल 263 पॉइंट की. ये नीचे का लेवल ब्रेक होना मुश्किल लग रहा है। तो ये वो न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होता है, फिर देखते हैं, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली शायद उसके बाद कुछ मूव आए, क्योंकि इसमें सपोर्ट अब काफ़ी नीचे है क्रूड ऑयल का। इतना इजी नहीं रहेगा प्राइस डायरेक्टली वहां तक गिर जाए अनटिल कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती, इसके चांसेस भी कम है। बिटकॉइन अभी जस्ट बता ही रहा हूँ मैं, वो क्रूड देख रहा हूँ ना, फिर बिटकॉइन देखता हूँ, एक बार क्रूड देखने दो। बाकी बिटकॉइन 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखना है 15 मिनट में, ये भी कंफर्म कर देना। ये देखो नेचुरल गैस इस छोटे से रेजिस्टेंस, ये रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, एक तरह से पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर सकता है, बिकॉज रेजिस्टेंस तक डायरेक्टली जाने के चांसेस कम लगते हैं। एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, यहाँ से रिजेक्शन मिलेगा तो चांसेस है सेलिंग के, देखेंगे, डायरेक्टली मत करना, विल वेट एंड सी। देखो प्राइस अब जब तक वापस 9500 के नीचे नहीं जाता है, ये और ज़्यादा बेरिश होने के चांसेस कम ही है। 9500 के नीचे कहीं सस्टेन करेगा तभी थोड़ा सा इसको बेरिश मानेंगे। टिल देन दिस इज द सपोर्ट जोन, ये पूरा सपोर्ट जोन ही है। थोड़ा सा हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे ना, इट लुक्स लाइक अ हैवी सपोर्ट एरिया। इसके नीचे कहीं क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे जाता है तो फिर ये सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बन सकता है, एंड देन वी कैन गो टुवर्ड्स 7600 मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वही एक जोन बनता है जहां तक जाने के चांसेस सबसे ज़्यादा है। कि ऐसी कोई न्यूज़ भी नहीं है। आज एक तो इंडियन मार्केट बंद था, परसों मंडे को इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट्स आने वाले हैं। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली मैक्सिमम लोग अपनी पोजीशन आज ही बना के लेके गए होंगे, क्योंकि हमारा इंडियन मार्केट ओपन होगा 9:15 पे। तब तक तो ऑलमोस्ट आधे रिजल्ट आ गए होंगे। आज ओपन होता तो बढ़िया था, मार्केट कुछ पोजीशन लेके जाते, बट इंडियन मार्केट भी क्लोज। 3 दिन का थीटा डी के मंडे को, फिर ट्यूसडे को एक्सपायरी है और निफ्टी की। फ्लैट भी ओपन हुआ तब भी मार्केट, जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है, क्योंकि परसों जो मैंने कल पुट साइड की एक्टिविटी कुछ देखी थी, ऐसा लग रहा था काफ़ी ज़्यादा पुट साइड में हैवी पुट राइटिंग करके बैठ गए हैं इंस्टीट्यूशंस। सो एक पॉसिबिलिटी है गैप अप होने की मंडे के दिन, थीटा डी के प्लस गैप अप। पुट राइट करके कोई गया है तो उसको तो अच्छा प्रॉफिट हो जाएगा। बाकी डिपेंड करता है इलेक्शन रिजल्ट्स कैसे आ रहे हैं, वेस्ट बंगाल स्पेसिफिकली। ठीक है, तो मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल का अभी भी बुलिश है। जब तक वापस प्राइस 9,500 के नीचे ट्रेड करना शुरू नहीं करता 15 मिनट में, मार्केट स्ट्रक्चर इज बुलिश। 5,500 के नीचे ट्रेड करना शुरू कर गया तब थोड़ा सा स्ट्रक्चर वापस बेरिश हो सकता है टुवर्ड्स 7,800 के आसपास। टिल देन इट इज बुलिश। जो इंस्टीट्यूशन के फुटप्रिंट दिख रहे हैं वो यही बता रहे हैं, यहाँ पर एक अभी भी मार्केट सपोर्ट की तरह होल्ड करने के लिए चांस जा सकता है। बाकी देखना पड़ेगा ट्रम्प क्या डिसीजन लेते हैं। बाकी जो मैंने आप लोगों को बता दिया है, सैंडकॉम यूएस सैंडकॉम सेंट्रल कमांड के जो हेड है वहाँ पर ब्रेडी कूपर, उन्होंने यही कहा है ट्रम्प को कि हम एक फाइनल ब्लो मिलिट्री अटैक ईरान पे करते हैं। और जिस तरह से कंटिन्यूसली रिफ्यूलिंग और लॉजिस्टिक भेजा जा रहा है मिडिल ईस्ट में सीज फायर के बाद, इट लुक्स लाइक देयर इज समथिंग बिग इज गोइंग टू हैपन। तो अननेसेसरी शॉर्ट नहीं करेंगे जब तक 9,500 के नीचे अब जाता नहीं है प्राइस। या तो अवॉइड करो या फिर इस लेवल के आसपास थोड़ा बहुत कॉल शॉर्ट करके पुट शॉर्ट करके बैठा जा सकता है। यहाँ पर बाय भी नहीं कर सकते, बहुत ही बड़ा लेवल है, बट शॉर्ट भी नहीं कर सकते, थोड़ा सा वेट करेंगे कुछ नया सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बना दे प्राइस या फिर कुछ मोमेंटम करे। 5:30 होने वाला है, 1 मिनट रह गया। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन। 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग। बाकी कल का लेवल हमारे पास रेजिस्टेंस का है ही, वापस अगर आता है प्राइस उस लेवल पे तो वापस सेलिंग प्लान कर लेंगे इफ प्राइस गो टुवर्ड्स अपसाइड, क्योंकि डाउन साइड आने के लिए भी तो ब्रेक करना ज़रूरी है। पॉसिबिलिटी मुझे लग रही है यहाँ तक जाने की प्राइस को। कल जिस तरह से 10,370 के नीचे 75-70 के नीचे सस्टेन किया है, एक पुल बैक पेंडिंग है अभी भी, नीचे एक गैप पेंडिंग है 9,001 200 100 के बीच में, शायद वो फिल करने जाना चाहिए। सो एक वापस पुल बैक आता है तो यहाँ से वापस सेल करेंगे, ज़्यादा ऊपर एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है, यहीं तक जाएगा मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। बाकी गोल्ड वापस 4500, कल वापस गिर ही गया था गोल्ड, सस्टेन नहीं कर रहा हाई लेवल पे। सिल्वर ऑल्सो 74-75 डॉलर पे स्टक है। बिटकॉइन कल गिरा जरूर था, रिकवर किया वापस। परसों के जो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के लेवल बताए थे वही हैं अभी, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग कुछ खास चेंज होने वाला है नहीं। एक बार रिफ्रेश कर देते हैं लेवल। ठीक है, परसों वाले ही लेवल है, कुछ खास इसमें और चेंज अभी हुआ नहीं है। अभी फिर से अगर देखना हो फ्रेश लेवल क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं। गैप तक ये क्रूड ऑयल भी जाएगा शायद, पहले ऊपर जाता तो बेटर था। कल से सेलिंग चल रही है, कल से अगर कोई होल्ड कराया तो होल्ड कर सकता है वापस। इस लेवल पे तो मत करना सेल, काफ़ी बड़ा एसएल हो जाएगा। पुल बैक आएगा तो तब सेल कर सकते हैं, नहीं तो पॉसिबिलिटी ये भी फिलहाल के लिए गैप फिल करने के लिए जाने की काफ़ी हाई है। बिटकॉइन में थोड़ा सा वेट करो, कुछ खास लग नहीं रहा है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। रिजेक्शन नियर बाय।
So it's what they need to do in terms of GPUs, in terms of capacity. Now, Apple, they're in a different position because it's on the consumer side. And obviously for Apple, they have the install base. But when it comes to CapEx, you look at big tech this week, this is about as bullish as you could have gotten in terms of news for big tech.
Well, Dan, with the exception of one story, and it's the doubts around OpenAI. So can we finish on that? What's your read, your understanding of what's happening inside that company at the moment?
Look, I mean, if you look at Anthropic, it's been a historic run that they've had, going from 9 billion run rate to 30 billion. I think that definitely caught many by surprise. And I think at OpenAI, they were top of the mountain. They got bullseye in the back, and now they have to really focus on the enterprise. But in my opinion, they will be one of the core stalwarts over the coming years. It's not just going to be about Anthropic. They're just going through some perceived speed bumps. But I think now they'll navigate. And I think getting this trial over will be important, too, in terms of the soap operas between Musk and Altman.
What do you call that game, Bramo? Tic-tac-toe?
I guess so.
In the UK, we call it noughts and crosses.
Yes, tic-tac-toe.
Is that what that is?
Well, I don't know. I think we need to do a special segment. Where in the world is Dan Ives?
Dan, is that what you're wearing? Is that tic-tac-toe?
It's tic-tac. It's a bullish
Thought
tic-tac-toe.
so. All right, thought so. Dan, thank you. Dan Ives there of Wedbush Securities, distracted by the new outfit.
Yeah.
Do you not notice the get-up?
I've always noticed
No?
the get-up. I mean, it's probably his own personal brand, right? Doesn't he have his own brand that he designs
Yes, he
himself?
does. Yes, he does.
Well, no, I was distracted by the headlines because
What,
I was
actual
seeing,
news?
Yeah, I was
Please
actually.
share it.
I'm so sorry. I was actually reading the news. I apologize, but we are getting from the state-run Iranian media that they did give Pakistan its latest proposal for U.S. talks, and that the text of the proposal was delivered Thursday. So some real meat behind this, saying at least potentially talks are on the table. Both sides in the room is a positive for a lot of people in the market.
The talks continue.
Yeah.
The diplomatic effort moves on, and let's see if they make some actual progress here.
Yeah, I was also distracted by this headline. The call with Exxon is going on. Darren Woods, the CEO there, saying it will take 1 to 2 months for flows to reestablish after the Strait reopens. So we're trying to kind of game out a time frame here. Even if the talks are successful, how long would it take for A, flows through the Strait of Hormuz to restart, and B, how long would it take for the oil prices to really come down as a result of supply picking up? All of these things are going to be gamed out. The physical world versus the paper world, really, in contrast.
Just a bit of pushback against the potential for an export ban as well. Exxon saying this, that export bans and price caps will result in less supply. The latest from Exxon so far this morning. Up next, we'll catch up with Alejandro Grindal of Ned Davis Research, saying there's still a chance for a rate cut later this year.
ओके, थोड़ी देर पहले न्यूज़ आई है दैट इज़ बेरिश फॉर बाय द वे क्रूड ऑयल, एज यू आल्सो लिसन अर्लियर, दैट ईरान गिव्स अ प्रपोजल। यूएस ने जो प्रपोजल दिया था ईरान के लिए, उसका रिस्पांस दिया है ईरान ने वाया पाकिस्तान। लेट्स सी डिटेल्स क्या है, अभी कुछ पता नहीं चल रही है। डिटेल्स आती है तो विल सी दैट जस्ट अ ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ कैन सी। बिटकॉइन इस ये 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट है, इस लेवल पे ना मार्केट अब मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर चुका है, कंसोलिडेशन ही कर रहा है ये मोस्टली, जितना मुझे लग रहा है इस पर्टिकुलर जोन के आसपास। कोई और बड़ा फॉल होना होता अभी तक हो चुका होता, इसके चांसेस ही कम लग रहे हैं अब। पॉसिबिलिटी बनती है वापस 81,800 से 82,500 तक जाने की इन बिटकॉइन। अभी कंसोलिडेशन में ही है, जाए तो बेटर है। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग नेक्स्ट टारगेट वहां तक रखा जा सकता है, या फिर उस एरिया तक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो प्राइस को एक बार होल्ड करके जाना चाहिए। सो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट दिस लेवल्स प्राइस शुड गो, यहाँ तक जा सकता है वापस। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे बिटकॉइन की पॉसिबिलिटी है दैट इट विल गो टुवर्ड्स दिस लेवल 81,700 to 82,500। कि अगर इसके ऊपर भी ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया, सस्टेन कर गया 82,500 के ऊपर, देन वी विल सी नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस कौन सा है, बट ये है फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस, प्राइस शुड होल्ड दिस लेवल। नीचे बाइंग की बात करें तो अब बीच में यहाँ पर तो बाई नहीं कर सकते, एक बार देख लेते हैं। शायद मुझे लग रहा है अगर यहाँ तक जाना है तो कोई ना कोई सपोर्ट बनाना पड़ेगा। एक ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट 75,300 के आसपास ले चुका है, तो वो लेवल निकल चुका है, वहां पर री एंट्री नहीं कर सकते अब। देखो बिटकॉइन में नीचे सपोर्ट बहुत दूर है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, मुझे लगता नहीं वो वहां तक पहले जाएगा, वेरी रेयर चांसेस। सो बता देता हूँ वैसे, बट मुझे कुछ और लेवल दिख नहीं रहे। अब पॉसिबिलिटी यही है कि पहले रेजिस्टेंस को जाए और रेजिस्टेंस लेके गिरे, या फिर सपोर्ट पे आना है तो वापस 65,000 का ही सपोर्ट है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। एक बार फिर से रीचेक कर लेता हूँ, हो सकता है कुछ गलती हो गई हो फिर भी। सिक्सटी फाइव थाउजेंड का ही सपोर्ट दिख रहा है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, बट मुझे लग रहा है वहां तक जाने से पहले सपोर्ट पे रेजिस्टेंस पे चला जाएगा। वहाँ से प्राइस ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार सपोर्ट लेके जा चुका है। 2 मार्च के आसपास लिया था, फिर 9 मार्च के आसपास लिया था, देन परफेक्ट सपोर्ट 30 मार्च के पास लेके गया है। 30 मार्च के बाद जो बाइंग आई है वो अभी तक रुकी नहीं है, वही कंटिन्यू है ऑलमोस्ट 20%। इस रेजिस्टेंस तक जाता है ऊपर तो 25% का रिटर्न हो जाएगा वहाँ से ऑलमोस्ट। तो मुझे लग रहा है वहीं तक जाएगा, कुछ सपोर्ट बनेगा तो देखेंगे, अभी के लिए इसके अलावा सपोर्ट नहीं है कोई भी वहाँ पे। बाकी ये कैंडल एक बार क्लोज होगी फिर देखेंगे, अगर ये कैंडल जो अभी बन रही है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम की करंट कैंडल, इसके क्लोज होने में 20 मिनट है, अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज हो जाती है, जो कि होगी नहीं होगी डिपेंड करेगा, फिर 20 मिनट है तो मैं कह नहीं सकता, बट अगर ये कैंडल 77,600 के ऊपर क्लोज हो जाती है, देन वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट 77,400 level is also act like as a support in Bitcoin in 1 hour time frame. So 20 मिनट वेट कर लो इस कैंडल की क्लोजिंग का 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। तो अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो एक यहाँ पर पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हमारा क्लियरली विजिबल हो जाएगा, विच इज दिस वन। बट उसके लिए कैंडल क्लोज होनी जरूरी है, तो होने देना कैंडल क्लोज पहले। इसको एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कह सकते हैं। तो अगर ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो ये एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट की तरह काम कर सकता है शॉर्ट टर्म। बाकी अब जब तक इस लेवल के नीचे सस्टेन नहीं करता प्राइस 77,200 के नीचे, बड़ी क्वांटिटी शॉर्ट तो मत ही करना। बाकी बेस्ट लेवल ऊपर वाला ही है रेजिस्टेंस का शॉर्ट करने के लिए बिटकॉइन में, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम अगर देख रहे हो तो। लेट्स सी, 18 minute is left in this candle close. 15 मिनट है क्लोज होने में, मुझे लग रहा है क्लोज हो जाएगी, देख लेना ये लेवल है बिटकॉइन के। लेट्स बैक टू द नेचुरल गैस। ठीक है, एज एक्सपेक्टेड पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से रिजेक्शन मिल गया इसको। ओके, वो बिटकॉइन में भी 1 आवर की कैंडल क्लोज होने वाली है, 2 मिनट रह गए हैं। ये हो गई कैंडल क्लोज बिटकॉइन में। उस लेवल को ध्यान रखना, मैंने बता दिया, नीचे रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा दूर है, सो दैट एक एक छोटा सा सपोर्ट बन गया वहां पर। मैं एक बार लेवल दिखा देता हूँ फिर से। ठीक है, रेजिस्टेंस इधर पर ही है, 81,700 टू 82,500। नीचे एक मेजर सपोर्ट 65,000 के अराउंड, वो काफ़ी दूर है। फिलहाल के लिए ये एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आप मान सकते हो। ओके, कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, कंफर्मेशन है, बुलिशनेस थोड़ी बहुत आई है, पुल बैक आएगा जरूर, डोंट वरी, वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट सम पुल बैक, उसी में बाई होगा। ठीक है, हल्का सा पुल बैक आता है तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं इस एरिया के आसपास। इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं है, बट अभी फिलहाल के लिए 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे और कोई रेस सपोर्ट है भी नहीं यहाँ पे। रेजिस्टेंस जाते जाते बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है तो देयर इज अ साइन कि पुल बैक आएगा जरूर। ये 6:30 भी हो गया, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी अब ओपन होगा। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन क्या, यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा 7 बजे। नेचुरल गैस में भी देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है, क्रूड ऑयल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। छोटा सा सेलिंग का प्लान करते हैं नेचुरल गैस में इसी पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से। ठीक है, एक शॉर्ट यहाँ से प्लान कर सकते हैं नेचुरल गैस में, थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस दूर है, एज एक्सपेक्टेड वहाँ तक शायद ही जाएगा प्राइस। तो तब तक इस लेवल पे एक छोटा सा सेलिंग प्लान करके रखते हैं। लेट्स सपोज क्या पता पहले नीचे सपोर्ट पे ही आ जाए। अब इसमें और कुछ प्लान नहीं कर सकते, मुझे नहीं लग रहा वो रेजिस्टेंस तक डायरेक्टली जाएगा अनटिल कोई न्यूज़ नहीं आती। कल एक रैली दिखा चुका है तो मोस्टली साइडवेज टू मूव होना चाहिए। इन्वेंट्री भी कल आ चुकी है, कोई और बड़ा मूव इन्वेंट्री के अलावा होना बहुत ही अनलाइकली है। टेम्परेचर भी देखोगे यूएस का तो वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी थोड़ा बहुत, स्पेशली उनके सदर्न पार्ट में कोल्ड वेव चल रही है। एंड बाकी का उनका भी एरिया नॉर्मली है यूएस नेचुरल गैस के लिए, तो मुझे नहीं लग रहा कुछ खास और इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस में। इन्वेंट्री का मोमेंटम आ चुका है। यूएस का जो सदर्न एरिया है वहाँ पर थोड़ी बहुत कोल्ड वेव है, नॉर्दर्न एरिया नॉर्मल आप कह सकते हो। एंड सदर्न एरिया तो ऑलमोस्ट हीट वेव में चल रहा है वहाँ पे। यूरोप की बात करें तो नॉर्मल टेम्परेचर वहाँ पर भी कोई बहुत ज़्यादा कोल्ड वेव अभी होती हुई दिखाई नहीं दे रही है। ये ज़्यादा रिस्क मत उठाना, मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल ट्रेड प्लान कर रहे हैं नेचुरल गैस में, तो अब या तो पूरा वेट करें, जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है वहाँ तक नहीं आएगा मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। एक ही परसेंट, लगभग 10% चांसेस की रेजिस्टेंस पे डायरेक्टली जाएगा यहाँ से अब कल की रैली के बाद। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। 20 मिनट लेफ्ट, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग, सॉरी यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग, बार बार न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ही बोल रहा हूँ। ये न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन हो चुका है। ठीक है, 3 पॉइंट का एसएल रखना, ज़्यादा बड़ा एसएल मत रखिए, 3 पॉइंट इज इनफ। 250 के ऊपर है तो थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी एक्सपेक्टेड है, नॉर्मल होनी चाहिए, बहुत कम भी नहीं बहुत ज़्यादा भी नहीं, नॉर्मल मोमेंटम एक्सपेक्टेड। छोटा सा पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है यहाँ पर। आ सकता है ना, लिक्विडिटी ग्रैब हो सकती है मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली। एक डेटा भी है आज, आई थिंक आई मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का है ना, यूएस का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का डेटा, दैट इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। परसों भी इंडियन मार्केट को भी देखना पड़ेगा। आज गवर्नमेंट ने कॉमर्शियल सिलेंडर के प्राइस इंक्रीज किए हैं, तो देखते हैं उसका इम्पैक्ट इकोनॉमी पे क्या पड़ता है, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग विल बी कॉस्टली देन, मोस्टली ईटिंग आउटसाइड। तो कुछ स्टॉक्स स्पेसिफिक, जोमेटो, स्विगी, इनके प्राइस हो सकता है थोड़ा सा फॉल करते हुए दिखाई दें। बाकी इलेक्शन के बाद देखते हैं क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस भी इंक्रीज होते हैं या पेट्रोल और डीजल के, या फिर नहीं इंडिया में। क्रूड भी ऐसा लग रहा है शायद कंसोलिडेशन में फंस गया. ओके 15 मिनट यूएस मार्केट ओपन. बाकी कल और परसों ऐसे भी मार्केट क्लोज है. एंजॉय द वीकेंड. ठीक है क्रूड में भी देखते हैं कुछ प्लान करते हैं यहाँ पर. ये प्राइस एक्शन पे बिल्डअप नहीं है इसमें. रिपोल इन वेस्ट बंगाल. Repol in West Bengal Election Commission order fresh voting in 15 booths. वाओ. मंडे को रिजल्ट आएगा नहीं आएगा. ये तो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ हो गई. इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया. Repol in West Bengal Election Commission order fresh voting in 15 booths in Maghrad, Pashchim, Diamond Harbour. The Election Commission of India has ordered a repoll at 11 polling stations in 142 Assembly constituency and full polling station in 143 Diamond Harbour Assembly constituency in South 24 Parganas district in West Bengal. The polling will be held on Saturday, May 2nd. कल होगी polling from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Voting at these booths was held on April 29 during the second phase of the West Bengal Assembly election, but the Election Commission has declared the poll void under Section 58(2) of the Representation of the People Act 1951. According to the EC's order, the polls at the affected booths were declared void based on the reports from returning officers, ROs, and observers. HT has learned that the reports from one more constituency is still awaited. The Commission has received demands for repolling in 77 booths across 4 assembly constituencies in South 24 Parganas after the second phase of election. ठीक है ये तो मेजर न्यूज़ हो गई फिर अभी फिलहाल के लिए. फ्रेश वोटिंग कल होगी कल. Anybody is from Bengal, from those area, go for voting tomorrow. Results 4th of May मंडे को ही आएंगे. ओके 8 मिनट लेफ्ट। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है फिलहाल। डाउ जोन्स को देखोगे, S&P 500 वापस से बुलिस है आज इंट्राडे में। एप्पल्स के कल रिजल्ट्स आए थे, काफ़ी अच्छी अर्निंग दिखाई दी कल। ओके 1 मिनट यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है जस्ट 12 सेकंड लेफ्ट
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're looking at futures that are higher after crossing up above and closing over 7,200 on the S&P 500 yesterday. So right now, this market, you can see futures up 0.3% on the S&P, 0.1 on the NASDAQ, is completely undeterred and really not interested in a war that's extending into a third month. Crude prices that have doubled. PCE that at the core is 3.2%, so 60% above the Fed's target and climbing. Doesn't matter because we have low jobless claims right now. We have great earnings, and we have, as Anastasia Amoroso is saying, $1.5 trillion backlog in terms of AI. The CapEx is blowing everybody away. KKR ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. There's Henry Kravis and the team. George Roberts, his cousin, celebrating 50 years, I guess.
Joe Bay, Scott Nuttall, the CEOs, absolute legends, all gathered.
I mean, absolute titans of Wall Street. I mean, these are the barbarians at the gate. So very cool. And then Seaport Therapeutics at the NASDAQ. I was looking at KKR stock, and obviously
this year's been tough.
This year's been tough, not so bad, down 20%, but it's doubled over the last 5 years. So anytime I can get a return like that, I would be happy.
Yeah, and maybe sentiment is starting to change. We'll see. It's the whole private credit thing that's really been weighing on a lot of their shares. They're going to be reporting earnings next week, by the way. In the meantime, we had Apple reporting yesterday after the bell. It's up 4%. It posted double-digit sales growth, a better-than-expected revenue forecast. All of that despite rising memory costs for hardware. And they have just limited output of their Macs, so they're supply constrained too, but there's plenty of demand, Matt, so those shares still moving higher this morning.
Yeah, really fascinating earnings. We also saw, less, I guess, unexpected. Chevron and Exxon doing very well. They did go past estimates, blew past the estimates because of oil prices, obviously, and production increases that are offsetting the supply concerns out of the Middle East. You can see looks like investors taking profit here in Chevron and Exxon because the oil patch has gained about 25% year to date. Let's bring back Partners Group Private Wealth Chief Investment Strategist Anastasia Amoroso. And I'm always curious to know, Anastasia, what your view is on higher energy prices. It's helped, obviously, a big sector of the market. Not a hugely weighted sector on the S&P, but it's big for like the FTSE and other indexes. What do you think about higher oil prices?
That's right. I mean, I think higher oil prices for now are manageable. And our base case is, yes, this will impact growth on the margin with some global divergences. But the U.S., for example, should remain resilient and certainly no recession in the cards. The reason I say that is, first of all, there's the overall intensity of the economy, which is oil intensity, which is 63% lower than it was in the 70s. I also don't think the Fed is going to respond to the higher oil prices with rate hikes, which is a really key differentiator. And then when you look at the consumer, which, yes, you do have 37% higher gasoline prices, but at the same time, energy represents 5 or 6% of the CPI basket. It represents something like 2% of actual household spending. So for all those reasons, and the fact that we do have, by and large, energy independence in the U.S., I think that's why we can remain resilient.
What does the energy independence do for us, considering the price of crude is set globally, right? So it doesn't matter how much West Texas Intermediate we're pulling out of the ground. Everyone who's a consumer of that has to pay the same that people in Asia or people in Europe are paying for West Texas Intermediate.
Well, I would say it does a couple of things. First of all, it prevents physical shortages. If you are in China or if you are in parts of Asia, you might have to think about actual physical shortages. And that's why in China and parts of Europe, we have seen demand restrictions. We have not seen that in the U.S. So, yes, prices are higher, but we don't have physical shortages. The second thing is there's the oil side of things, but there's the natural gas gas side of things too. And if you look at natural gas prices, and I haven't looked at it this morning, but nat gas prices a couple of weeks ago were below where they were before the war. So that's what energy independence does for it. Make sure that all those things we're trying to fund, whether it's to power data centers or prevent physical shortages, that's critical.
One of the things that was flagged to me by Steve Hove, our quant team here at Bloomberg, was this index he put together that's basically unprofitable companies, but their trajectory is one in such that it looks like they will be profitable. They're getting less unprofitable, and it's trading at all-time highs. This is the index right here. This seems like a really bullish contour of the market because it's not just unprofitable tech, but it's the fact, or unprofitable companies, but unprofitable companies that are improving. What is it about this economy, despite the fact that oil prices are higher, that sentiment's really low, that you can have something like this, that unprofitable companies are outperforming and reaching new time highs?
Yeah, I mean, economy broadly first, and then maybe more specific to the index. The economy broadly, I mentioned the consumer becoming or being resilient, but also you do have a pickup in corporate capex. We talked about hyperscaler capex, but if you look at capex broadly, it has picked up substantially this year. You also have a shifting of capital expenditures from software to hardware, and so all of a sudden you have this manufacturing and industrial engine that's also working for the economy. You also have profitability for large corporations, which is at a record high. First of all, we are outperforming in terms of the earnings season. 88% of companies are beating estimates by something like 10 or 15%. And you have a record profit margin at 13.2%. So it's not representative of the entire economy, but I think it's representative of large drivers of the economy. The index in particular, of course, I'm curious to see what the composition is. But it is also a good sign. And by the way, it's natural, whether it's in private markets or public markets, is you start with an unprofitable company. But if it does have the right secular trajectory and the economic tailwinds, it can move into profitability.
I remember so many people saying that in 1999. I mean, I know this is different, right? But
I can give you several examples of companies that have done that.
The constituents of the index, and to be fair, it's completely different things. It's Bloom Energy, it's Micron. I think I saw Wayfair, Warner Brothers is in here, so it feels really diverse in the type of companies. There's a lot of tech. I mean, CrowdStrike's in there, but it seems like a wide breadth of industries that's kind of succeeding in this way.
That's right. But I think it does tell you that something is working in the U.S. economy. And, some of it is cyclical, but some of it is secular. I think what's working in the U.S. economy, we're in actually still the first wave of a three-wave transformation of artificial intelligence. And that's going to produce a lot of beneficiaries, for example, in data centers, in the power sector, and even in the software sector as well. Then back to kind of, I noticed Bloom Energy was in there, back to the energy conversation. Look, a month or two ago, a lot of people would have told you the Strait of Hormuz is never going to shut down, or it's not going to stay shut for more than a week or 2 weeks.
Or
and
it would be
here
catastrophic if it did.
Right, and here we are. But I think the memory is not going to be short on this one. And I think a lot of investors will think, what do we need to invest in going forward, which is resilient, likely domestic energy infrastructure that's diversified and that's powered by multiple sources to produce electricity. So,
not wind, though.
Depending on where you are.
Just kidding.
Depending on where you are.
Anastasia, great having you here. Thank you so much. You bring us great intel all the time and fantastic numbers. Anastasia Amoroso there from Partners Group. Let's get a check on the stock market right now. We're looking at gains once again, up 0.5%, right? 72.47, the level on the S&P 500. I'll walk over here and check out the move screen because the breadth is always interesting to look at. It's strong to the upside, while, 3-2 gainers to losers right now. So that's good. Apple continues to rise, up 3.33% after beating expectations yesterday. And you've got Microsoft and Nvidia on the upside as well before you get out of tech and into drugs. Google on the downside right now, but not by too much, down by about 1%. Amgen is off, also about 4.5%. Qualcomm, Western Digital down. Let's take a look at the industrial breakdown of this on the GRR screen right now. And you can see IT is doing well, which is interesting because the NASDAQ not doing quite as well as the S&P 500. The reason for that is communication services down here, and the energy index is down, the biggest loser of the group after beating earnings. We always used to say at Tucker Anthony, buy the rumor, sell the news, and maybe that's what's happening today, Danny.
It also looks like there's a really good day for software. IGV is up more than 3%. Atlassian had earnings, and that has a lot of short interest, so maybe there's a nice little short squeeze going on in software.
And you had a great software conversation yesterday with a guy who owns a lot of software companies.
Orlando
or
Bravo.
lends money to them, yes.
Yes, the biggest investor of private software companies, and as you'd imagine, is very bullish. Kind of has to be, but he made some good points. Anyway, coming up, Mag 7 earnings show AI demand and spending isn't letting up as it powers the S&P 500 to all-time highs. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence joins next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
कि 7:30 का डेटा आने वाला है, ध्यान रखना, इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है। 7:30 PM। यूएस डॉलर 97 के नीचे आ गया, 97.200। स्टिल गोल्ड में प्रेशर है, सेलिंग का। सिल्वर इवन दो पॉजिटिव, गोल्ड स्टिल नॉट दैट मच पॉजिटिव। सिल्वर कल 73 के आसपास था, वापस 75 पहुंच गया।
Each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Let's take a look at the new highs we're reaching in stocks right now. 7250 is the level on the S&P 500, a gain of 0.5% after locking in a new closing high yesterday. The NASDAQ up 0.75%. So now the NASDAQ doing better than the S&P, 27,660, the level there. So just continues to fly higher as corporate earnings and especially earnings from tech power this market higher. In terms of crude, actually down 1.2%, so that's good news, I guess, for equity indexes, for equities, not for Exxon and Chevron, which are now both trading unch, but NVIDIA's trading unchanged as well, so not a drag. Apple up 5%. Offering some upside there. And we see Ares right now down 1.1%, even though they've taken in a huge haul, continue to. Moderna off 3% as well. And we're going to hear from the CEO of Moderna, I should point out on the close. Stefan Bonsell is going to come on and be interviewed by Romaine and Katie, so I'm looking forward to that.
As am I. And Matt, it's also Friday, which means it's ETF Friday, and Wall Street is taking election betting mainstream with plans for the first ETFs tied to political outcomes. Joining us now is James Seffer, ETF analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. James, great to have you in studio. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So some of these are coming next week. How do these vehicles even work? What are they essentially betting on and buying and selling?
So the first ones that are coming to market, one, they're from three issuers. So Round Hills looks like they're going to be the first out, but Bitwise has filed, and so is Granite Shares. And they're essentially going to be bets on political outcome. So are the Democrats or Republicans going to win the House or the Senate or the 2028 presidential election? So, and it's just going to be like prediction markets. Either it's going to go to 100 or it's going to go to functionally zero. And you're going to be able to do that through an ETF rather than going to something like Kalshi or Polymarket or other.
It's hard to understand how it works, especially if it goes to zero. I mean, how does that circle get squared?
I'm sure that's what they've been dealing with the SEC for the last few months since they filed it. So if you look in these documents, there's like in all caps, if your market doesn't win, it will go to like you'll lose substantially all of your money. It won't go fully to zero because they're going to keep these ETFs around. So after, say, the midterm elections in 2026, if Republicans win, it will go basically to 100, right? And the Democrats will go to theoretically zero on whatever it may be. And what will happen is it will go into treasuries after that election happens. So once one wins, so it will give you time to get out of the fund, and it's going to reset to the next election. Because if you're putting all this time and money to launch a ticker, build up liquidity, build up branding around a ticker, you don't want to just give it up. So I think what all these are going to do is they're going to stick around and just sit in treasuries for a bit for people to either hold on to it or trade out of it.
There's been a lot of scrutiny on betting markets, on insider trading, and weird things have happened. I mean, to be fair, all markets, like it happened in oil markets. But if you're now doing this in an ETF wrapper, does that change the regulatory profile of this? Because ETFs are more regulated than kind of the Wild West of prediction markets.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Kalshi and Polymarket are all figuring out about exactly what insider trading is. There's been some high-profile cases of people getting caught insider trading on these markets. The SEC is going to be on top of this, I'm sure. I'm sure this is something that they've been discussing heavily with these issuers. But they're working in partnership with the SEC and CFTC. I mean, on the other regulatory thing, like I don't think we're going to see like sports betting prediction markets come into an ETF, but we're going to see this category grow.
Well, why not? You don't think that's going to happen?
Why not? Why would we have like election ones and not sports betting?
Because that's not as controversial. I mean, maybe we will. I mean, I can tell you ETF issuers are probably going to try because they will throw spaghetti at the wall and see whatever they can get, and they will push the limits.
We get like a weird like 3 times levered inverse like Nick's ETF or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be out there. I mean, obviously you have the CFTC chairman that is very much on the prediction market side of this thing when it comes to states versus betting markets and things like that. But at least for now, all these things that have been filed are tied to financial markets, economics, things along those lines. You can make a very hard argument that like what's happening in these elections is impacting
the world's become
markets.
A casino.
Yeah.
It is what it is, right? As the president says. James, thanks so much for joining us. James Seyffert there of Bloomberg Intelligence. Tune in to ETF IQ, by the way, and watch Eric Balchunas, Katie Greifeld, Scarlett Fu take you through the asset class in an hour starting Mondays at noon. Coming up the next hour, Emily Rowland says mid-caps are growing attractive. Plus, we'll talk surging fuel prices with the boat maker.
Anytime you have an industry that grows like that, there will be pockets where things are more difficult. So if they're smaller companies, it's harder to deal with tariffs, it's harder to deal with labor and with rising interest rates. So there you may see some poor performance. That doesn't necessarily mean that lenders will lose money, but it may be more difficult. And then pockets of software, everybody's been worried about how will that play out. I think there was a lot of capital that was put in from very smart private equity and very smart institutional investors into software really in the 21-22 vintage that was pretty highly priced. And that, as that works its way through the system now 4 or 5 years in, you may see pockets there. But I also think that the need for income, people want income in their portfolio, and they can get that in many ways. You can get that from the Treasury market. You can get that from a bank. You can get that from high yield right now is pretty good. High yield has very little exposure to software. And then you can get it from private credit where you maybe get more return and a little less liquidity. And so that, I don't see that going away. In fact, I see investors wanting more of that and wanting it from real estate, wanting it from real assets.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dabusky. $4.40. That's the average price for a gallon of gas right now in the U.S. According to Gas Buddy, that makes today the most expensive Friday since 2022 to fill up your car. A new ABC News Ipsos poll shows Americans are feeling bad about their finances, with around half expecting gas prices to increase even more over the next year. Brenda from Texas is retired, but tells ABC News she's had to return to work to try and keep up with all the rising costs.
There's nothing left, even doing cash jobs under the table to supplement my income. There's nothing left to even put into savings. I mean, I run out of money before I run out of money, so...
Today marks 60 days since the start of the war in Iran. Under the 1973 War Powers Act, the president is obligated to go to Congress for authorization of any war effort that lasts longer than that amount of time. But yesterday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the ongoing ceasefire with Iran pushes back that deadline.
A senior administration official doubling down on what Hegseth said, insisting that the April 7th ceasefire has paused the clock. But our military is conducting a blockade of Iranian oil, and a blockade is considered an act of war under international law.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. After a $375 million judgment returned by a jury in New Mexico, Meta is now threatening to take its ball and go home.
New Mexico's Attorney General Raul Torres says his state's demands of Meta are not unreasonable.
Stop infinite scroll for underage users. Stop autoplay. We know those addictive features are really having a harmful impact on kids.
In a statement, Meta says it's met many of the state's demands. At the same time, quote, we may have no choice but to remove access to our platforms for users in New Mexico entirely. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News. King Charles and Queen Camilla have wrapped up their first official state visit to the U.S. as king and queen. While on the trip, the royals paid their respects at the 9/11 Memorial in New York. They celebrated America's 250th birthday in Virginia. And President Trump also agreed to end the administration's tariff on Scottish whiskey. ABC News Royals contributor Victoria Murphy says it's all being received quite well across the pond.
I think what the palace wanted to get across is that this isn't just about the government of the day. This is about that long-term relationship with all of the American people. And I think really the genius of King Charles's speech to Congress is that it somehow seems to have pleased almost everyone.
President Trump continues to push for regime change in Cuba after cutting off oil shipments to the island earlier this year. ABC's Matt Rivers is in Havana.
No one act from the administration has been more impactful than this ongoing oil embargo. It is essentially choking the Cuban economy of the oil it needs to run everything from cars to buses to even its power plants. Rolling blackouts are the norm. Cuba's famous classic cars that you see take tourists around the city are all but not moving because gas is so expensive.
Last week, Cuba's president vowed to resist any military aggression from the U.S. And in Seoul, South Korea, thousands gathering for annual May Day demonstrations calling for higher wages and improved working conditions. I'm Mike Dabuski, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Friday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're streaming live on YouTube and on Bloomberg.com/video. That's where you'll find us. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney were live here and bringing you the Bloomberg Intelligence program. Coming up, we're going to break down the ISM data came out for manufacturing. I'm going to call it, I don't know, a little bit weaker than expected, maybe even some inflation coming through there. So we'll break that down. Coming up with Susan Spence, is the ISM Manufacturing PMI chair. We're also going to check in with Nadia Lavelle, head of global equity strategy at Global Wealth Management at UBS. Rob Barnett, Bloomberg Intelligence senior energy and commodities analyst, talk to us about what we should think about looking at global oil. We have oil off today. We've got WTI crude oil off about 4%, sitting right at $100 a barrel. Where do we go from here? And then for me, this is the conversation of the day. Gene Munster, managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management, one of the leading technology analysts on Wall Street for decades. We'll get his thoughts about what we saw from some of the big tech companies this week, including Apple that reported last night. Apple stock is trading up nicely today, the best since August, up about 4 or 5% here. So, but right now, let's go to that ISM data. The headline data point, ISM manufacturing came in at 52.7. Scarlett, 53.2 was the consensus, 52.7 last period. Susan Spence joins us here, ISM Manufacturing PMI chair. Susan, what do you make of this data for PMIs?
Good morning, Paul and Scarlett. Appreciate you having me on. We are indeed a little bit under consensus at 52.7. We are holding steady with last month. Right now we want to remember we're in the fourth month of an expansion trend. And new orders did have about a 0.5 point gain. The big news to me, besides pricing, which we'll get to in a minute, even though we're still in expansion and backlog and new orders, some of the demand indicators, that rise has slowed down a bit as compared to the last month or so. My concern is that we still have the uncertainty of the Iran war. A number of our panelists have talked about that. But we also have a price index that's up to 84.6. That's the highest in 4 years. And if you add up the price index just since the beginning of the year, we're up 25.9 points. 2 months of that, or let's just say 6 weeks of that, was pre-war. So the concerns are with inflation. My concern is that on top of all that data, the employment index is stubborn. It is not rising above 50. In fact, it lost 2.3 points this month. It's down. So the concern I have is that the last few months of expansion are at risk. Prices is just the latest one, but we don't see folks making a big move to reverse the non-hiring trend. We're still in a low hire environment. So I'm a little worried that could erode the expansion we have seen.
Okay, so there's definitely a fly in the ointment here. When it comes to prices paid, and you pointed out how it's climbed for a fourth straight month to a 4-year high, does that tend to have any predictive quality for the manufacturing index overall? Does higher prices tend to lead to a slowdown in manufacturing?
I don't believe it does in and of itself, but when you couple it with the lower employment, employment still in contraction. When you couple it with almost a 12-month, history of, declining orders, that worries me in total. I believe that if we had not been in the war situation, that we might have started to see the effects of the tariff, especially with the Supreme Court ruling, start to mute a bit. And indeed, not as many panelists are citing that as issues. And there was some optimism in our December forecast with about a 4% revenue pop. We'll see. We're about a week away from publishing the mid-year. So I think it's the factors on top of everything else, and almost like a perfect storm. So we aren't panicking for sure. We're just really would love to see the expansion continue, even if it's not a whole lot above 50.
All right, Susan, really appreciate your joining us. Susan Spence is chair for ISM Manufacturing PMI, joining us, of course, from the Institute for Supply Management. Let's get over now to John Tucker for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right now, we are higher. 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 up right now in the early going. On track for another record close. The month of April, the S&P 500, a 10% pop, just passing our month of April. Information technology, best performing major industry group right now in the S&P 500. That is home to, you guessed it, Apple, up over 4.5% after their earnings report, and we'll take a deeper dive into that in just a minute. Clorox actually is the worst performing individual stock of the S&P 500. It was down close to 10% for Clorox, the household products company, cutting the adjusted earnings per share guidance for the full year. A lower guidance missed the average analyst estimate, too. And then best performing individual stock in the S&P 500, you have CBOE. This is the financial exchanges operator. They are cutting 20% of this. I love these stories. They're cutting a huge portion of their staff, and the stock goes up. Investors love it. It posted a higher revenue, also raising its full-year sales outlook. S&P 500 up 56 points. Intraday record here, up 0.8%, 72.65 of the index. The Dow up 271 points. NASDAQ Composite Index 276 points higher right now. That's a rise of 1.1%. Oil lower right now. Brent down 2.6%, 107.52. WTI, American crude, down 4.5%, still above 100, 100.25 for WTI. Diageo betting bid on canned cocktails. The new CEO betting big on canned cocktails.
Really?
All part of the strategy to revive growth. Now, single-serve cocktails have soared in popularity, appealing to younger folks. My interpretation is young people are so lame that they don't know how to mix cocktails like professionals like Paul and I.
I was a bartender for many, many years.
Yeah.
That's how you roll. And you have to start with the ice. And I hate when bartenders will mix a drink and then put ice in. Like, where were you trained?
Yeah, no, you don't do
Who
that.
raised you?
In the Mad Men days, Sally Draper would make the cocktails for her parents.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Yeah.
While wearing the cellophane thing from the dry cleaner.
See, we give you practical advice here.
Yes.
I give you stocks.
Avalon's
All
like,
right,
get
so
me out of
what? How to mix a drink. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Happy Friday, Scarlett and
Yeah,
Paul.
we're talking about making drinks.
We're all
How
in a
about
Friday
that?
mood.
Yeah, exactly. And John Tucker did not get the memo about wearing the Bloomberg Intelligence quarter zip.
No, I have. Well, this is the Bloomberg
The media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You
All
could
right.
get more specific,
Okay.
And the zipper's been broken for months. I tried to get a new one. Apparently, they're out.
All right,
Like-
I know a guy. I'll make a phone call there.
All
John
right.
Tucker, thank you so much. Appreciate that. As John was just reporting, we got green on the screen here, but let's take a look at what's happening with some individual stocks. We do that with Avalon Purnell, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Avalon, what are you looking at today?
Well, we have to start with Apple. That's ticker
Yep.
AAPL, currently up 5.6%, most intraday since August. And that's after the tech company reported second quarter results that were way above expectations practically across the board. It also delivered a pretty surprisingly strong revenue forecast for the third quarter. That's despite warning that memory chips are continuing to increase in cost and that Mac shortages could linger. JP Morgan's writing that Apple cleared the margin hurdle again as product momentum and supply management continues to drive robust shares gains.
My favorite stat from the earnings is the fact that Apple's going to buy back up to $100 billion of its own stock. I mean, the numbers are just, they boggle the mind. They boggle the mind. All right, next up.
Roblox. So definitely not as positive of a story here. It's sinking 18% to hit the lowest intraday level since 2024. That's after the firm reported daily active users for the first quarter that fell very far below expectations. It also slashed its full year bookings forecast and issued second quarter guidance that fell below expectations. That's all coming after Roblox implemented several safety features that are restricting how kids can use the platform. They faced a lot of scrutiny in the past couple of months and years over those child safety issues and have even reached some settlements. But Jefferies is writing that while expectations were already very low going into the print, the forecast miss will continue to fuel the bear case for the stock.
All right. I'm going to throw the old guy card on the table. I'll do it for John Tucker as well. I don't know what Reddit is. Can you explain what Reddit is? And then tell me about the stock.
I mean, Reddit is an online forum, so that's ticker RDDT. So
Online
basically,
forum.
you can go onto any question that you could ask.
What's a thing you like to read about or you wonder about?
I'm not a
There's
deep
not
dive.
much anymore.
I kind of know everything I need to know.
I know everything, Paul Sweeney says.
Our brains are maxed out at this point.
There's so much bandwidth I have. But it's so it's a thing, it's a forum, it's a stock as well. What's going on?
It is a stock. It is currently gaining 9.5%. That's after the firm beat sales expectations again on continued ads growth, and that continues a really long streak of revenue growth for the company. It also issued a sales forecast that outpaced estimates. Evercore writing that Reddit's revenue growth continues to be hard to beat. And also worth noting that Bloomberg had a great interview with Reddit's COO that said it's still in active discussions with Google and OpenAI about next steps related to its current licensing agreements. So that's also potentially could lead to some upside.
31 billion market cap, so it's a real.
It's a real business. I mean, okay.
So what do I do with? How do you use Reddit? What do you do?
During the TSA shutdown or the time that they weren't paying TSA, I would go on Reddit because I knew I had to take a flight, and they would point out how long the lines were, and they would take pictures of like
they?
Terminal 5. Other Reddit users,
And they're all
Redditors.
generally anonymous.
Redditors?
Yes.
John?
Yeah, no, it's similar to the traffic app that I use, like the Wazers.
No, it's
like
not.
the
It's
Wazers
not.
all over the place.
It's
and
not.
like, okay.
It's really not.
All right. I was trying to make a connection here. I was trying to be hip. I guess I'm not.
So is there a Reddit
Forget
app?
it.
Yeah, there's a
There's a
Reddit
Reddit
app, and there's all these subreddits, these threads, and any topic you're interested in, I guarantee you someone has written about it extensively, and they
But
do
who are
deep
these-
dives.
Do I believe these people?
You don't have to, but you
Okay.
can.
Okay.
I mean, do you believe anything you read on social media?
True. That's why. Yeah. All right.
I mean, some of the people who are posting on there, they're not going to be posting about the lines at JFK with great detail about their own experience unless they did it themselves. No one is that
Avalon,
bored.
how often do you interact with Reddit on it?
Well, my siblings are really into Reddit. I don't go on as often, but like sometimes when I'm just looking for restaurants in New York, they have some really good reviews.
But what's the advantage of me like posting on Reddit about the line
Okay, I'll
is
give you
too
an
long?
example. When I was trying to apply for my Taiwan citizenship, I went on Reddit, and everyone has all these best practices and like tips on how to do it, and that was really, really helpful. No
But
one else
what's
will
in it
publish
for
that.
them?
No, they went through the experience, so they're sharing what they learned.
I'm not
It's been
sharing
super
anything.
helpful on that front.
Okay.
So it's
John
almost a
doesn't wanna share.
substitute for Google search. It's another way to get information.
Yeah, it's another way
Just
to get
from other
information.
people, crowdsource information.
Crowdsourcing, yes.
Okay.
But
All
like
right.
very narrow topics.
Okay. Very good. And it's a stock, or as Tom Keene would say, it's a podcast. So there you go. Avalon, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We learn something new every day. John, we got to be open to new ideas, John. And so when someone like,
You could
Avalon
go on
comes
Reddit
in,
and look for Dutch doors. I
Oh,
guarantee you
man,
there's a
that-
subreddit
It's
for that.
already
There you go.
installed. It's already painted. It's already
lost
up. I don't
interest.
care
Dutch
anymore.
tours. He's moved
No,
on.
if I'm going to give you information, valuable information, I want to get paid. I want to be compensated for this.
See?
Don't you want the love
And
from the
but
community?
Reddit's benefiting from my information that I give them?
Yes.
And you can benefit
No.
from the rest of the Redditors.
Then they should share stock with me or something.
All right, Avalon Purnell, you can leave. You're dismissed. You're excused. You can get out of here. Why you possibly can, Avalon Purnell, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Looking at the markets here, we've got green across the stream, pretty much across the board here. Really rallying here in the cash market. The S&P up 58 points, 0.8%, and the Nasdaq doing even better, up about 275 points, 1.1%. Some pretty solid moves for a Friday. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're being brought to you by IBKR. Trade, election, climate, and economic outcomes with IBKR prediction markets right alongside your stocks and options. Earn interest on your position. Receive $1 per contract if you're right. Learn more at ibkr.com/predictions. Well, we're adding to the records for the S&P 500, 62 points higher right now, up about 0.9%, 72, 71 on the index. The NASDAQ, 303 points higher, a rise of 1.2%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 307 points higher. That is up right now 0.6%. Some of the movers right now, shares of Apple, that's helping lift the indexes right now 5% higher after the earnings report they delivered after the close of regular trading. That's actually the best one-day performance since last summer for Apple stock. Then you move right along to the earnings from ExxonMobil and Chevron. They did have cited some production problems from the war with Iran, but made up for that in other places. But the shares are lower. ExxonMobil down 1%, Chevron down 1% as well. Roblox lowering the forecast for full-year bookings, and they attribute the change to the aggressive push to enhance safety, as they put it, like it's a problem. They projected another quarter of user declines. Roblox right now down 17%. And the Institute for Supply Management's gauge of prices paid for manufacturing inputs climbing for a fourth straight month. This is a 4-year high. The inflation pressures may eventually lead the manufacturers to hike prices that you pay. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right. Thank you so much, John Tucker, with our Bloomberg Business Flash. So stocks are at a record high. It's the start of a new month, and we have earnings to thank for a lot of that. Nadia Laval is head of global equity strategy, global wealth management at UBS, and she joins us now for more on this. It feels like geopolitics has kind of gone out the window in terms of a driver in the market. Sometimes you get good news, like the fact that Iran has delivered a new proposal to the U.S. for ceasefire talks, and then it moves the market. And when there is bad news, it doesn't seem to move the market. Is the focus now entirely on earnings and geopolitics are now by the wayside?
I would say I would agree with that to some extent. Like the ongoing earnings season is going better than even our above expectation numbers. You know, we were looking for 17% EPS growth for the quarter. We're coming in above that. And so that's re-underwriting the strength of the U.S. economy and the strength of corporations in the U.S. And that's why you see the market continues to rally. But that said, you know, we do think that there's more upside to this market, but our base case is now more chop to grind higher. It's not necessarily going to be as much of a straight line up from here. We do still think the S&P 500 can get to 7,500 later this year, supported by that strong earnings. But as you noted, there is still this looming in the background around oil-driven headline risk, and that could cap the upside near term, and as well as a Fed that remains on hold. So I would expect to see some volatility pick up around these headlines, especially after the earnings season gets behind us, and the fact that you also have a fairly concentrated performance in terms of quality growth and AI links. So still constructive on the market, but the rally could lose some steam the longer we see the flow of energy gets disrupted. But right now, the market focus is on earnings, but in a couple of weeks, we could see that shift.
Nadia, this week we had on Wednesday afternoon, big four tech companies report results, the Microsofts and the Amazons of the world and all that type of stuff. We had some winners, such in Google, and we had a loser in Meta. And that kind of goes to how investors are thinking about AI as an investable strategy. How are you guys at UBS approaching it these days?
Yes, you know, we are very much positive on the AI, and I think the earnings season sort of re-underwrite that, but selectivity still remains key. As you noted, there's differentiation among some of the players. We are seeing, and I think some of the differentiation is coming through from, you know, are you starting to see monetization and return on some of those investment in those companies that are doing that? You are seeing the market applaud that and strong performance from the stock. So you're seeing momentum in cloud growth and companies that are continuing to point to that demand demand is outstripping supply. And then, so that gives us confidence in the AI story. You have a company like Google where backlog nearly double. And so that's helping to encourage that CapEx budgets moving higher. And so the markets will reward CapEx budget moving higher. If there's a link to monetization, you're seeing, the hyperscalers expected to spend over $700 billion this year in CapEx. And how we're thinking about positioning in AI at UBS is really we're focused on those that are beneficiaries of the CapEx, so the enabling companies. So think about the semiconductors, the storage companies, the networking, and all of those that are involved in the data center build out, as well as supplying the power. And then in areas as well as those platform and application companies that are starting to see the monetization. I think this is the key distinction here.
It's clear that earnings are the driver here. You've made that point, but we have gone past the big tech earnings. We've gone past the big bank earnings, and it'll be a couple of weeks before we get a readout from the retailers. So what's the next trigger? What's the next catalyst if we're still looking for stocks to maintain these highs to send us even higher?
I really think that it has to be, the sort of some clarity around the Strait of Hormuz and the reopening of that. I think that could, it's the cleanest path to pushing this market up higher. But even so, even though we don't get the retail earnings, the bulk of them until later in the earnings season, you are getting some consumer earnings, right? And so far what you've seen is the consumer being resilient, despite the fact that you have high energy prices. You're seeing it from some of the retailers that have started to report, the restaurant companies, the staple companies, generally steady traffic and comps, and managements aren't really seeing any sort of broad-based slowdown. I think, though, like the debate is going to be around the cost side, and so if we're starting to see margins get squeezed, I think companies right now are struggling with the fact that you have higher energy prices and potentially higher input costs, whether that's freights, packaging, or petrochemical, and of course, those tariff-related costs. At what point do those need to be passed along? And so we'll be watching margins very closely. But I think that the cleanest way for a more upside to this market will be through the energy sectors in terms of the easing of the disruption of the flow of energy in the Strait of Hormuz.
Nadia, thank you so much for joining us. We always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Nadia Lavelle, head of global equity strategy in the Global Wealth Management Group at UBS. Full disclosure, I'm a client of UBS. I was a client of Credit Suisse, and then they made the genius decision to get out of wealth management in the U.S. the same week that Morgan Stanley doubled down on that strategy. Doesn't that show you the difference between Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse?
And look at where Morgan Stanley's wealth management is now.
Exactly. So I've been happy over there at UBS. Let's get back to the energy story, the oil story. It's front and center. We've got oil pulling back today. WTI crude oil is down about $4.30. That's over 4%, sitting right around $100 a barrel. And just put it into context, folks, if you remember back right before the war, it was like $60, maybe even a little bit below 60. We traded there for a while. So that's the kind of the war premium, $40 that's in there. Rob Barnett joins us here, senior energy and commodities analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in the Miami office. Absolutely the best hair in the global energy space for sure. Rob, what's your view here of kind of where we go for oil? Let's just say over the weekend, cooler heads prevail. Somebody says, okay, we'll agree to a ceasefire here. What would oil do then? To what extent would it come back down to maybe more pre-war levels?
Well, I love the idea that we get a ceasefire. That's good, would be good news for everyone. But reopening Hormuz is not going to be the same as normalization. I think even assuming we do get a ceasefire, I think there's going to be reticence from insurance companies, ship owners to move through the strait. So normalization and reopening aren't the same thing. And so I do think you have to think about a higher floor. You mentioned being at $60 a barrel prior to the conflict at the start of this year. We generally see kind of $80 to $100 range as being where we're likely to be this year. Now, of course, if we stay with the status quo where the strait remains sort of mostly closed, occasionally open, we could be in the $100 to $130 a barrel range. And if we see an escalation, prices could go significantly higher from where we are today.
Yeah, I think it's notable that even Chevron and Exxon really weren't able to give any forecasts with precision because they have no idea what's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. Rob, we also got an announcement this week by the United Arab Emirates to leave OPEC. Does that have any impact on the price of oil?
Not in the near term, right? It's all well and good to have this idea that if UAE gets some normalization and can actually access the strait, I think their intention is clear. They want to produce more than the OPEC quotas would have allowed them. They potentially could add something like an additional 1 million barrels per day to the market. But I think you have to think about that in more of an equilibrium context, well beyond the next few months, probably into next year. So ultimately, it is an increase in supply that you could see coming from that country, helping to sort of pad the supply-demand balance. But I wouldn't put too much stock in that coming anytime soon.
Hey, Rob, I think most folks feel like, all right, eventually the strait's going to be open and the oil will begin flowing again. But I guess one of the things we don't really know is how much of the energy infrastructure, the refining infrastructure in that region was damaged during the various attacks. What do we know? What are your sources telling you?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think, and this comes back to this idea that even once, assuming with ceasefire holds, we get traffic flowing through the strait, it is going to take time to get the barrels flowing again, and especially on the gas side. We've got more visibility there. We know Qatar's main export facility was damaged, something like 15–17% of the output could be constrained for the next few years. I think they gave a 3 to 5 year estimate. We do believe it'll come back faster than that, but that's not the only damage. So I don't think, even if you had the magic wand, you got a peace deal, these things don't snap back overnight. And I would just say it's not just the oil and gas infrastructure in the region. You're seeing a big reordering of capital. If you're looking at Chinese exports of solar panels, hey, you're seeing those tick up. Where are they headed? To Europe. They're trying to insulate themselves from this gas price spike that they've seen over there.
Yeah, it's definitely much more urgent for those in Europe and those in the rest of Asia. Rob, always a pleasure speaking with you. Rob Barnett, he is our go-to guy, senior energy and commodities analyst on here at Bloomberg Intelligence. He too is in Miami. How come all our oil guys are in Miami?
He's in his desk is in another part of Florida, but he's down there with Mike McGlone every once in a while, creating all kinds of trouble in the energy markets.
Confab there.
Yes. So, but he knows what he's doing.
Bloomberg Intelligence as a whole, the radio show, we need to go somewhere warm.
We do, and I'll put a ticket in for that and see what we can do here. But
see if anyone listens.
Exactly. All right, looking at the markets here, we have gains on the screen here today. The S&P 500 is up 46 points. That's 0.6%. The Dow's up 220 points. That's about 0.5%. And the Nasdaq leading the way. It's up 200 points, about 0.8%. The VIX solidly below 17, that Tom Keene quote there. 10-year Treasury yields 4.35%. Bitcoin, it's up a couple of percent, 78,000. How about that?
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. So let's start with Apple. Biggest intraday gain since August for these shares. They delivered a pretty strong revenue forecast for the third quarter. Surprised a lot of people who cover the stock. Right as pulled back some, paired some of the earlier gains, up right now 4.2% for shares of Apple. John Turner is going to take the reins from Tim Cook September 1st. He appeared briefly on the conference call last night saying he's going to maintain Cook's thoughtfulness, deliberations, and discipline. Energy, worst performing major industry group in the S&P 500. As oil declines today, there are reports Iran delivered a new proposal to the U.S. We have Brent down 2%, 108.15. WTI down 3.5%, still above 100, 101.32 for Brent. And Reddit climbing after projecting sales in the current period but surpassed estimates. Estee Lauder planning to cut as many as 3,000 more jobs and generate a further $200 million of savings. They're trying to boost their turnaround plans. And then you have Moderna, the first quarter sales, though, beating expectations. The vaccine maker, you know, they faced all sorts of resistance from the Trump administration. They have found new growth actually outside the U.S. S&P 500 up 40, up 0.6%. That's an intraday record, 72.49. Same thing for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ Composite Index, 192 points higher. That is up 0.7%. You know, from the March low, NDX?
Yep.
That's a 20% pop.
Nice.
So, you know, we'll take it. All of April for the S&P 500, that was 10 points, 10% rather. In Dow Jones Industrial Average up 143. That is a rise of 0.3%. You know, I haven't been here for more than a few days. I've been doing our WBBM in Chicago.
Yes.
Their affiliates, so the business reports for them.
Mhm.
So naturally, I become a commodities expert.
Of course.
You know, the most popular crop is
Soybeans.
No,
Corn.
it's
No.
corn.
Corn.
And because of the fertilizer price increases and diesel all impacting farmers, they're actually turning more to soybeans because apparently somebody like me, I could grow soybeans. They're much easier. They require a lot
Are
less
you growing
work.
soybeans?
I'm not growing, but I can give you a soybean quote.
there you go.
Soybeans, which are priced unchanged
Mike
right
McClure.
now.
Yep.
Corn is up 2 3/4
Wait, so
cents.
if there's less corn being grown, does that mean that gas prices will go up because a lot of the corn is used for ethanol, which
But
by
I don't
law
know
needs to go
because
into gas?
the story we had earlier was that a lot of farmers aren't sharing data with the USDA.
Oh, wonderful.
because they
So we're
don't
all
trust
flying
them.
blind.
Yep. Okay. Very good.
So, but anyway, I'm full of good news. Anyway, I'm going to leave now.
Yep.
We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Have a great weekend.
All right, John Tucker.
Take
you as
care.
well.
Have
You
a
as
good
well.
weekend.
We got Scarlett Phil and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. This is the conversation of the day for me. Gene Munster, managing partner, Deepwater Asset Management, joins us here because it was a big, big week for some of the leading technology companies. Remember, Friday afternoon, we had the Amazons, the Facebooks, the Metas, all that kind of stuff, Microsoft report numbers, and then last night, Apple. Gene, you saw a lot of the big names, a lot of the headline names report earnings here today. It seems like the market really is trying to identify winners, maybe a Google, losers, at least in the short term, maybe a Meta, given its stock price performance yesterday. What was your takeaway from all these numbers?
Well, I tend to look at beyond the quarter, beyond the guidance, and try to think about what we've learned about whatever the kind of the investment curve that we're on. Of course, we know what the A topic is. What inning are we in AI? And what I learned is, I would say it's probably consensus from the takeaways. So it's that we're still early, probably earlier than what we had thought maybe 6 months or a year ago. And specifically, if we look at kind of one benchmark, which is the hyperscalers CapEx spend for this year and for next year, we saw a measurable bump up for calendar 26, calendar 27. So 3 of the 4, with the exception of Amazon, the other 3, Google, Microsoft, and Meta, all increased their growth rates meaningfully again, off of numbers that were hard to imagine them going higher. That's been kind of a well-traveled. So Paul, to answer your question is, I think we are still very early, second inning in all of this. And I think there's just there's part of just being a human thinking that this just can't last. I mean, we're entering year 3 of this incredible growth. Like the numbers just keep getting bigger and the comps get more difficult and they just keep crushing through it. Eventually it has to slow down. We're just not seeing that. And I would just put one other piece that we've learned. Google and Meta both have shown that they can leverage AI at scale. Those companies have seen some remarkable accelerations in their growth. Google search going from, call it 10, 11% a year or so ago to 19% in the March quarter. Meta was growing at 16%, their ad business, in the March 25 quarter. They grew at 33% a year later and guided to 28% for the June quarter. So we have seen these two companies are great examples of the benefit, this nagging question about, is there actually utility in AI? Right. These companies have showed that. But beyond those, the world really hasn't seen it. And I think that's the opportunity.
So if we're in the second inning of the AI cycle, as you put it, does that mean Apple, which really has not done very much with AI, is really not that far behind and can make up whatever lost ground people seem to think it has? Or is Apple's interaction with AI just fundamentally different than the hyperscalers and the rest of big tech?
Well, Apple is both behind, but not far enough behind that they can't catch up, to your point. And I would just look at very simply is, you know, there's a problem if there was some other competing AI consumer device that was capturing people's attention. We haven't seen that yet. That's an example of a problem. Another example that we know there's a problem if somehow like the kind of the base was starting to drift away for whatever reason. And they've essentially continued to strengthen their underlying base. And, you know, the numbers are quite remarkable. And I think that part of the reason why we've seen this surge over the last 3 quarters, so iPhone on average has grown at 20% over the last 3 quarters. The previous basically 4 years, it grew at an average of just over 1%. So we've seen this big jump up. That's called a super cycle. That's what I would call a super cycle. Super cycles don't last, but the fact that they're able to deliver a super cycle in the face of not having any compelling AI, I think speaks to how they've just become the fabric of consumers' lives. So Scarlett, to kind of bring it all together, I think that you know, they're not so far behind that they can't capitalize on this. And I mean, that's the real question here. Shares of Apple right now up 4%-ish. On what was some spectacular guidance, really underscores that investors are essentially looking past this great guidance in the June quarter. They're already thinking about next year where that growth slows, back down, iPhone growth back to 5% versus 20% over the past few quarters. And that's kind of the central question here. You're getting at the real question is, like, ultimately, can they take AI and create growth, outsized growth, outside of the super cycle? And that's what investors essentially don't believe right now, but that's what kind of where the lines are laying down.
Gene, if we're in the second inning, does that suggest we got many quarters and maybe years of this elevated level of CapEx to look forward to? And if so, would that become increasingly a headwind for the stocks?
Well, the CapEx impact is different for different companies. And so the best that I can see is that if you're a hyperscaler and you're spending more on CapEx, if you have a cloud business, then your investors are generally okay with that spending. On the Google call, they announced that they're going to be basically gave a suggestion that they'll grow CapEx next year between 20 and 30%. The street was at 10%. This is for calendar 27 now. Mm-hmm. And the stock it went down and then it kind of came right back up on that. It basically shrugged it off. Meta does the same thing, talks about 26, a step up in 26, and the stock's down 7%. And so the difference between those, and Microsoft talked about a step up in spending, and the stock wasn't bothered by it. I think the issue here is, like, CapEx in itself is not negative. What's the issue is, I think for many investors, is that they just don't see the path between CapEx. One last thing, it's a mystery to me, because I don't understand why investors don't give Meta credit, because they've shown that they can deliver CapEx on faster revenue growth.
Yeah. Hey, Gene, thank you very much for your time. You know, it's critical to kind of hear what you have to say. Gene Munster, folks, it's just one of the best, the leading voices in all things technology. We appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. Managing partner, Deepwater Asset Management, decades of experience in tech. S&P up 45 points.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning. Bloomberg Intelligence here with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu, and we are looking at gains in the equity market, and these are gains with conviction, Paul. We finished a banner week of earnings. Big tech names all reported, topped off by Apple yesterday. We have NVIDIA to come, but that's not for another couple of weeks. So really the bulk of the heavy part of the earnings season is now, slowing down.
One of the big stories in the world of sports and in the world of golf is Live Golf. It's been really in the news the past couple of weeks. It looks like Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, they announced that it will stop funding the league after this season, which I think the season for Live ends in August of this year. So now if you're Live Golf, I think they're out there looking for other sources of capital. But for a business that loses billions, and I think cumulatively the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund has spent or invested $5 billion into Live over just a handful of years, I would think that would be a tough nut to crack.
Totally. I mean, how do you fill those shoes? And you'd have to find a number of investors. You can't just find one investor to kind of take over for the Saudi Arabian Sovereign Wealth Fund. What happens to the golfers that moved away from the PGA Tour and went over to Live Golf? That's another big question.
It really is. And if I had to guess based upon what I've been reading from various sources that are really close to the business of golf, is the path for like the real big stars like Bryson DeChambeau, John Rahm, those type of people might be easier than for everybody else. But let's talk to somebody who knows this stuff. Randall Williams, U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News. He's down there in Miami. I can only guess why. Fast cars. Randall, thanks so much for joining us here. What's the latest on Live?
They're going to be looking for new investors. As we all know, the Saudis are going to be pulling their funding soon. I mean, we're hearing it is going to come before the end of the year. And so they've actually had a relatively good business season thus far. But when you're $5 billion in the hole and, your profit is up and coming, but again, you lose $5 billion. And some of this predates the current leadership. It's hard for the Saudis with everything going on in the world to continue to greenlight that.
So right now, do they even have plans for next season? Do they have enough money in place to move on with the next season, or everything's kind of up in limbo?
They're in talks. They're in talks with a number of investors, none of which they'll tell me, but a number of investors, a number of banks, a number of things like that to look for funding. I think as far as plans go, if you ask them, they'll tell you that things are full speed ahead.
So do we know whether the players are getting paid?
We don't. There's been a lot of different reporting around players and who's being paid and who isn't. And I think that's a bit unconfirmed right now. I think the team managers have heard a lot from Liv leadership, and we haven't heard any big names depart just yet. Now, that could change over time, but I don't think we're there just yet.
Randall, you're down in Miami. Talk to us about the F1 race down there. We heard from Matt Miller earlier in the week about what a big event it is.
Matt tends to focus on different things.
He focuses on different things. You focus on the business of sports. So talk to us about the business of F1 in Miami.
Yeah, it's been growing. I mean, I think Miami was the first time or the first race here that had a real celebrity effect, where you had people walking around and actually wanting to be here. And I think it's penetrated culture. And that's a big thing for F1. Of course, we have all of the media properties and Drive to Survive and the F1 Apple movie. But when you have something like this that is going to continue to attract big names, big investors, I'm standing outside the Auto Business Exchange right now, things like that, it's important. And I think them in Vegas are going blow for blow to see who can be bigger.
Right. I mean, Miami and F1, that's a relationship that'll continue to build, right? They kind of want to make them synonymous.
I think so. And I think Miami is the signature race in America right now. Of course, Austin laid the groundwork for this to happen, and Vegas is on the come up as well. But just the sheer energy around it, I was walking in, and you just see so many fans who are laid out in the grass just waiting for this. And mind you, today is Friday, the race is on Sunday, and people are just dying to get into this thing. So it's incredible.
And it's big for brands, because I've seen a lot of reporting. I'm just if you're a brand that has any aspirations to reach that kind of audience, you have to be in F1, don't you?
Right. I think they have a long list of sponsors. They have investors that want to buy into some of their teams, some of which have happened, some of which haven't. Because if you ask, team principals and CEOs of some of these companies that are around, the Formula One teams, they want to maximize their value the same way that an NFL, an NBA, and an MLB team and club do. And so I think that we'll see more of that at some point, but I think everyone right now is just having a good time.
Randall, before we let you go, very quickly, what's the update on expansion teams for the NBA?
Sure. I mean, I think Vegas, as I said, has had a lot of interest. It's very robust in Vegas. I've heard that there are multiple groups in Seattle as well. The names that we're hearing in Vegas are Magic Johnson. He's part of I imagine a consortium. We've heard Bill Foley, who's told me far and away that there are people in his ownership group that can buy him 10 times over. And then we have Samantha Holloway in Seattle. And so don't let me forget Mark Lazary in Vegas as well. But Samantha Holloway has the rights to the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. And so we'll see who shows up to compete against her, because I think Bill Foley and Samantha Holloway, just because they have the arenas in their cities right now, are in the league.
And they have the NHL teams, too, for those respective cities.
Absolutely. But it's still very early on in the process. So let me track back and say no one's in the lead, but they have their favorites.
Interesting. And it'll be big money, as we know. Randall Williams, U.S. sports business reporter for Bloomberg News from Miami, Florida. The place, if you're like a cool person, you're in Miami this weekend.
Why don't we go to Miami?
I don't know.
Bloomberg Intelligence.
I'm going to the Jersey Shore. That's all I can handle. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment with a market moving higher. The S&P up 44 points, the Dow up 130, the NASDAQ up 245 points. That's 1%. How about that? Oil lower today.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Friday morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and Charlie Pellet. We are live at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are also streaming live on YouTube and available on Bloomberg.com/video. A lot coming up this hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to check in with Mandeep Singh. He is our global tech research head here at Bloomberg Intelligence to give us all the latest headlines on tech, including OpenAI's CFO seeing a vertical wall of demand for products. Our previous guest was just telling us we're only the second inning of this AI build out. We're also going to check in with our luxury goods analyst on Estee Lauder. Estee Lauder, the cosmetics company, is cutting 3,000 more jobs. This is as the turnaround plan continues to evolve under the new-ish CFO. It is Friday, so that means munis are in focus. We're going to check in with Craig Brandon. He is co-head of municipals at Morgan Stanley Investment Management on Paul Sweeney's favorite part of the market. And Catherine Chiglinski, she is our U.S. finance team leader. We'll talk just about Jane Street. Not a whole lot of people know about this firm, but boy, they're profitable.
Amazing.
Okay, their pay pool actually more than doubled to almost $10 billion last year. So a lot to discuss there. But first, let's go to Charlie Pellet for a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much, Scarlett. We do have a developing business story right now. Headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service: Spirit Airlines preparing to shut down. This is a rescue deal falls apart. Again, this according to the Wall Street Journal. But the headline right now, we are following the story. Spirit Airlines preparing to shut down as that rescue deal falls apart. We've got airline stocks advancing today. Yes, the price of oil is down, but airlines ripping higher right now. Case in point, former merger partner JetBlue up by 4.6%. UAL up 2.5%. American up 2% right now. Delta is rallying 2%. But again, the headline right now on the Bloomberg: Spirit Airlines preparing to shut down, according to the Wall Street Journal. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We got the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index right now trading at another record, 72.45, where we stand on the S&P, up 36, gain there of 0.5%. Dow up 107, up 0.2. NASDAQ at a record, up 196, up 0.8%. NASDAQ 100 index up now by 202 points, up 0.7%. All of this with the VIX below 17, the 10-year at 4.37%. Gold up $8 the ounce, up by about 0.2%. And a retreat for crude below $102 on WTI right now, lower by just about 3%. Apple rallying after earnings. Apple shares gaining now by just about 3.9%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 38 right now, up 0.5%. Do want to hit the Spirit headline one more time. Spirit Airlines preparing to shut down as the rescue deal falls apart. That according to the Wall Street Journal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. And just to stay on that Spirit Airlines headline, you mentioned, rightfully so, that JetBlue, Frontier, they're all surging right now as the departure of Spirit would mean less competition for those carriers. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Spirit has not been able to get sufficient support between certain bondholders and the government to get the funding it needs to keep in business. So a preparation to cease operations is now taking place.
Which just once again calls into question, why didn't they let JetBlue and Spirit merge? I would be like leading them to each other.
That was a different administration.
Helping them merge.
Yeah.
It was just like, geez.
Different time.
I mean, and we all knew at the time that one, maybe both would not survive.
Well, now we've come to this point.
Now we've come. All right, very good. All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live with you in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. As Charlie was just reporting, stocks moving higher today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We can do that with Vildana Heinrich, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in studio. Vildana, what are you looking at?
I'm taking a look at Estee Lauder, ticker EL. Shares are up about 6% right now, up as much as 13% earlier. And that's after the company said it plans to cut as many as 3,000 more jobs and generate a further $200 million of savings to help boost its turnaround plan. this is a company that's behind a lot of various brands, including La Mer and The Ordinary, which I didn't know until today. I'm a big user of The Ordinary, actually. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, what Alex Steele once explained to me is you have to invest in your face.
Yes, you
absolutely
do.
Did not know
SPF.
that. Mandeep did not know that. So I'm just saying right away. Here we go.
You guys are on camera. You absolutely need to be doing that.
All right, all right.
You need SPF, every day.
Well, I'm
Everybody.
Irish. I live at the beach, so I got no choice.
What's next?
What else you got?
Taking a look at shares of Reddit, that's ticker RDDT. Shares are higher after projected sales in the current period that surpassed Wall Street estimates, and it's the company's continuing a streak of strong revenue growth. A lot of that is powered by its surging advertising business. So revenue in the second quarter will be $715 million to $725 million, whereas analysts had projected $714 million.
Are you a Reddit
I
user?
am. This is why I chose this one, because I go on Reddit for skincare.
See, you can go on Reddit for skincare, for credit cards,
All right, so
for advice on
I
applying
am
for
downloading
citizenship.
the app as we speak. I'm going to get into it.
Okay,
all right?
and based on what you look at, that's how they're going to line up what things to serve to you. And
all right,
we'll check in next week to see which
I
you're
look
on.
up everything skincare related. Is so many good tips. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, any cream you're about to use, just type in the name and then Reddit. You'll
Because
get a million
people
comments.
who aren't interested in it won't post on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's so useful.
That's what the kids are doing.
And last one, another, I'm a big user. Shares of Clorox CLX are lower after it cut its fiscal year.
This is Valdana's personal portfolio of companies that she interacts with.
Not companies I own outright, but I'm a big user. Fiscal year 2026 earnings guidance, it was citing weaker consumer sentiment, higher energy costs, and the financial effects of its acquisition of the Purell maker. But this one is interesting to me for a couple reasons besides my own use. I have a toddler. I have to have a lot of Clorox wipes, so hence the own use. But it's interesting to me because I love to sort of get a viewpoint into how companies are being affected by higher costs, oil, etc.
I'm logging on. Choose your interest. You would choose beauty.
Skincare, yeah.
Okay.
Are you choosing skincare?
I'm not at the moment, but maybe I will.
Beauty is different. Beauty is like you might get makeup tips, but skincare is like, what do I do for,
All right. I'm learning, guys. I'm working on it. I downloaded all the AI apps the other day. Now I'm doing Reddit. So I'm getting there.
All right, we're going to check in with Paul Sweeney on Monday. He'll be a brand new Paul Sweeney.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Valdana. Valdana High-Rank, of course, one of our cross-asset reporters. She's the team leader, in fact, of our cross-asset coverage here at Bloomberg News. And for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer you 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. I feel like we're done with big tech earnings, right? I mean, NVIDIA's around the corner at some point.
2 months from now or
2 months from now.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Mag 7 names are pretty much done with the exception of NVIDIA. So we need to bring in Mandeep Singh. Mandeep Singh is our global tech research head here at Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, did you learn anything new from the big tech earnings?
Well, clearly, I think CapEx efficiency will become a bigger theme as we go along. So even though these companies are talking about raising CapEx, which most of them did, I think the reason why Google did far better than everyone else is everyone realizes they are showing a higher ROI on that CapEx spend, whereas in the case of others, you're still trying to figure out how that ROI will manifest in top line growth. And look, I think if you were doubting AI spend, this earnings season shows that all these hyperscalers are seeing a lift to their top line growth. Even with their large bases, they are growing, 20% plus, and they will probably keep compounding. So we are talking about accelerating top line growth going into the second half.
Do I have to participate, or can I just do my Reddit stuff?
He's obsessed with Reddit now, so go do your Reddit stuff. We also, of course, are keeping our eye on these AI startups, the ones that are the hyperscalers are working so closely with, like an OpenAI, like an Anthropic. The CFO of OpenAI, Sarah Fryer, said that the company is meeting objectives and sees a vertical wall of demand. Wow. What's going on at that company? Because we also got reporting that indicated that they're not quite executing on what a lot of people had hoped.
I mean, right now, I feel there is so much buzz around Mythos and what Anthropic has done with that model release, even though it's not a full-fledged release, companies are looking at it. But there is a leap that they have taken in terms of, the model capabilities that OpenAI doesn't have. And, OpenAI just raised $120 billion. So their investors are asking them in terms of, where they fall in terms of the next version of the model. And right now, the CFO has to do a lot of, answering in terms of how that capital, which they raise, is being allocated. But there's no doubt that, Anthropic right now has the lead when it comes to the LLM capabilities and where they are versus the rest of the pack. And I think OpenAI is the one who had that clear lead. So now they have to catch up.
So are we going to get these AI companies public anytime soon? Because, boy, that could... I mean, if no other reason, just to see the financials, it would be worth the price of admission.
Yeah, and that could be a big catalyst if you think about, everyone being convinced on this AI super cycle. Well, what if, and again, it's a big if, the financials look really bad in terms of the gross margin profile of these businesses, and suddenly you start to think, why are we funding businesses with sub 20% gross margins, and how long will that persist? So from that perspective, I think the cash burn would be a big focus when these companies file their S1 prospect. And look, I think OpenAI and Anthropic both want to go public based on whatever rumors we have heard so far.
Oh, yeah. I'm almost like, if I'm in one of these companies, I'm like, I'm good, guys. I'm raising capital, hand over fist, great valuations. There's ways for my employees to get liquidity. I'm not going public and deal with all those knuckleheads.
Well, I mean, look at Anthropic. Now we are talking about $900 billion valuation.
Yeah.
So they are close to that $1 trillion mark. And if, like back in the day, the private companies used to go public much earlier. We beat up on Uber for such a long time for, delaying their IPO. Look at these companies.
Yeah, they've done just fine staying private.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Mandeep, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Mandeep Singh, Global Tech Research Head for Bloomberg Intelligence. Boy, I mean, we could have some just amazing gajillion-dollar IPOs if some of these, like SpaceX and all these AI companies.
We've been talking about this, and we'll see if the macro conditions cooperate and this actually happens. But it's fascinating because once you do have companies do this, investors are going to have to free up some space in their portfolios, and they're going to have to dump some of, my guess is they're going to have to make room and perhaps trim their holdings in other big tech stocks.
We used to have a little rule when I was at, Credit Suisse, when the VIX had to move down. It didn't matter from what, but when the VIX moved down over a couple of days from like 18 to 16 or 24 to 20, pick up the phone and start calling your companies that are thinking about going public. That was our thing. It doesn't matter necessarily where the stock market was.
Right.
It was kind
Here's
of
your window.
How are people feeling? Yeah, that was our window. So let's switch gears to, we've been talking about luxury, Estee Lauder. And you want to talk luxury, there's only one person to talk to, and that's Deb Aiken, Bloomberg Intelligence luxury goods analyst. She is based in London. She spends most of her time on the various high streets around the world at the high luxury dealers there. Deb, what did you learn from Estee Lauder this reporting period?
Well, it's quite a mixed bag, actually. The share price was off heavily into results year to date. But what we learned is that the PRGP, the profit saving program, the way they're adding innovation and flexibility is starting to work for them. So they've returned to growth on the top line, couple of percent constant currency sales growth. And then they got a 3% Forex benefit. So that will help them to really be able to, to invest more and add to what they're doing on the savings side. But when we look at the underlying growth, it's all fragrances and other. So skincare, hair care, in particular, skincare is an issue for them because it's their biggest division. All those numbers are flat year on year. So it's 10% growth in fragrances, not much growth elsewhere. So still a lot to do. And what that makes me wonder is how quickly these potential the potential for combining with Puig, how quickly that might go ahead, or whether it may be delayed, or whether it may be off the table. So there's quite a lot behind these numbers to me when I dig deep.
So I'm so glad you bring up Puig, because there's that proposed merger with Puig Brands, and the company did not give very many details in the earnings call about how that's going or how those conversations are going. Is that a reason to be concerned about whether this will actually happen?
No, not at all. So we had Puig as well reporting a couple of days ago. They were okay as well in what they were doing in their improvements from what we saw from the prior quarters. But actually, because there's no agreement in place, it's just we've just been informed from both parties that they're in talks. It's usual if they don't break earnings because something is about to happen, or certainly Puig has delayed a capital market day, but it goes ahead with an AGM on the 29th of May. But it is usual that these companies would come out and say, this is about earnings and we're not going to give any comment on what we're doing behind any potential talks.
Deb, what's the current feel out there in the investor community about luxury these days? Is what's the driver right here in terms of sentiment?
What we're seeing actually, so we picked up on it the last couple of quarters. We did some work where we were starting to see in China the shift from red towards neutral, and then the last couple of quarters towards green, and we've seen that continue. So it's slow progress, but we now have the beauty companies also, including Estee Lauder, coming through with 6% organic growth in China. So some repair in travel retail and repair in the premium end in China coming through, and that is very much across those premium beauty brands and also the high end of luxury. That would be the one thing. The second thing, we don't quite see it here, though it is in some of Estee Lauder's brands and not others. Americas, particularly the US, has proven very robust. And we're getting decent growth rates coming through on the luxury side. And I would in fact say that for 2026, given that China is against a decline still versus 25, it's actually Americas and particularly the US that is driving the growth rate in luxury goods. So we're kind of looking at this market and the beauty market coming through at around 4 to 5% growth. And what we're finding so far is that the Middle East is about 100 basis points impact on that growth rate.
Gotcha. All right, Deb, really appreciate your joining us this Friday. Deb Aiken is our luxury goods analyst on Estee Lauder earnings. Worth mentioning here as well, Paul, that Estee Lauder is also cutting more jobs as part of that ongoing turnaround effort. It's now up to 10,000 versus the previous target of 7,000.
Every time I see job cuts now, I think AI. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. I
mean, this goes hand in hand with a bigger restructuring effort, but yeah, you wonder how much AI is in there, especially if we're talking about office jobs. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by gold and Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide, goldencrestmetals.com/guide. We're looking at an update here for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Any advance today on the S&P, NASDAQ, and NASDAQ 100 index will be a new record. The Dow up 85 right now, still below 50,000, 49,737 on the Dow, up now by about 0.2%. S&P off session highs, up 46, up 0.6. We've got the NASDAQ, the composite index, up 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 index up now by 1%. The VIX below 17 with a 10-year at 4.37%. Gold up $20 the ounce, up 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.1%, 101.82 a barrel. Barrel of Brent down by 1.6%, 108.61. After earnings, ExxonMobil down now by 0.7%. After earnings, Chevron down by 1.1%. In the aviation industry, Spirit Airlines shares plunging down 71% right now after the Wall Street Journal reported the firm is preparing to cease operations. Shares of peers, including JetBlue and Frontier Group, both surging on the news. JetBlue up now by 10.9%. Frontier, which uses the ticker ULCC as an ultra low-cost carrier, up by 12.4%. We'll have a whole lot more coming up with Sid Phillip just about 7 minutes from now. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's talk munis, because why not? It's Friday, and that's what we do here. Craig Brandon joins us, co-head of municipals at Morgan Stanley Investment Management up there in Boston, the former Eaton Vance shop, one of the best, I think, best franchises up there in Boston. Eaton Vance, been there forever. Craig, talk to us about the municipal bond market. How's the year unfolded for municipal investors?
Yeah, volatile year so far, like other fixed income. We were sort of plugging away in January and February. March hit and the war hit, and, we traded off, as did a lot of other asset classes. And we got a lot of it back in April. So, we're sitting here up about 100 basis points on the year, slightly outperforming some of the other fixed income asset classes that are either flat or down slightly. But, really, almost nothing to write home about it at this time if you look at being up 100 basis points year to date.
In general, Craig, where are we in terms of seasonal factors? I know that for the muni market, there's a lot of periods where there's demand coming in or supply really takes a dive. Where are we in the seasonal factors that we need to pay attention to?
Yeah, so we're almost pedal to the metal on both sides of technicals, right? So supply side, very strong, $173 billion year to date on the tax exempt side, and that's up 16% over last year, which was an issuance record, right? But at the same time, we have $29 billion into the market year to date of new money, plus coupons and things like that. So year to date, we're setting a record on inflows between mutual funds and ETFs that doesn't even count separately managed accounts, which is balancing the record supply that we're seeing. So, technicals, I would say, are balanced and they're very strong on both sides. So the key this year is we think that issuance will continue to be strong. We continue to need to see the money come in to balance that out for the rest of the year. So far it's been fine, and flows still appear to be strong. So we're hoping that dynamic continues.
Craig, talk to us about credit quality. It's really been quiet on that front. Thankfully, we haven't really had any big credit concerns. Just give us a sense of what the current situation's like.
Yeah, so states really drive the show on a lot of stuff, right? States give assistance to locals and municipalities. The economy's been stable, as we've seen, right? So states came into this with a lot of cash. Municipalities are pretty flush. Remember, in munis, we are different than treasuries. Pursuant to state constitutions, municipalities have to have a balanced budget every year. You might not like how they get to a balanced budget, which is when people talk about the gimmicks, about the one-time, financing things that municipalities do. But they do that because they can't deficit finance. So every year, the states and municipalities come into the year with a clean slate and a balanced book. You can't deficit finance. So credit remains strong. There's some sectors that we're watching, right? Some of the smaller colleges and universities, Bloomberg has reported many times on some of the small independent colleges that have been shutting down. And we're watching some of the smaller, more rural hospitals with all of the Medicaid cuts from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that could be impacting them. So, really, those are the things that we're looking at. But the big colleges and universities are still very stable. The bigger hospital systems are very stable. So you just sort of need to pick your spots and watch out for a few things. But overall, muni credit is pretty strong.
Within higher ed, schools of all stripes are looking to raise money, but are the big schools that have a big endowment, are they just as likely to need to go tap the muni market as the schools that maybe face some of the demographic issues?
They are. I would say one thing to remember, tax exempts, you can't issue bonds just to put on your balance sheet, right? They have to have a specific capital purpose. You need to itemize the capital purposes for construction, basically. The taxable market, right? There's about an $800 billion sleeve of munis that are taxable that primarily international investors buy. Think of Japan, Korea, Europe. That's where they can issue bonds. So what we're seeing is, yes, the big universities. Listen, the big, strong universities are still an arms race. You want to have the nicest dorm facilities. You want to have the nicest research facilities, right? So from the tax-exempt side, there's definitely an arms race where the strong are getting stronger. On the taxable side, yes, we're definitely seeing universities come in issuing bonds to just put on their balance sheet to just remain strong. But, the strong are getting stronger and almost the weak are getting weaker in colleges and universities. And that's demographic driven, as, again, Bloomberg's reported a number of times.
Yeah.
On the decreased amount of high school graduates every year right now.
Yeah, kind of like the economy and the other industries as well. Craig, where do you want to be on the curve?
Listen, 15 to 20 is a real sweet spot right now, even out to 22. So if you go from 15 to 20 years, you're picking up almost 11 basis points every year you go out, which is a steep curve, right? And then when you go out from 22 to 30, you're only picking up 18 basis points to go all the way from 22 or 30. So, 15 to 22, you almost want to be in that 20 to 22 range because that's the steepest spot. That's the most attractive spot. And it's, significantly steeper than the treasury curve for, market dynamics where separately managed accounts and ETFs, which are seeing a lot of flows right now, they generally don't really buy past that 15-year spot. So that makes 15 to 20 really, really attractive.
Craig, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Craig Brandon, he's co-head of municipals at Morgan Stanley Investment Management up there in Boston. Again, crossing the tape earlier this morning, Spirit Airlines plunges as the Wall Street Journal says it is preparing to end operations. Let's get some latest reporting on that. We do that with Sid Phillip, Bloomberg chief correspondent for global aviation. Sid, Spirit Airlines preparing to end operations. What happened to the potential deal with the U.S. government?
So from what we understand, Spirit Airlines couldn't reach a deal with its creditors. And so the creditors were a roadblock. Bloomberg earlier reported that creditors were a roadblock in agreeing to any deal with the government. And that was primarily because of concerns about what basically liabilities and what their recoveries would look like post the government deal. Remember the government was proposing them superseding other lenders. And so that's turned into a bit of the creditors weren't sort of happy with that deal. And so we understand because of that, the government deal can't go forward. And that's really forcing Spirit Airlines to consider bankruptcy and shutting down, essentially.
Okay, so a shutdown, what would that look like for an airline? How long does that take?
Shutdowns usually take a few, it could take a matter of a couple of days, or it could be a day, and it would sort of cause considerable discomfort and considerable sort of pain to various people. So on one hand, you have the passengers who would then be stranded without options in terms of being able to fly. I mean, we may see some of the other airlines and their competitors offering rescue flights or other sort of alternatives. But as far as because the consumers are concerned, they would be sort of looking for a way to get out of like their flights and see where they could go to. And the other concern is one for the staff and essentially what happens with them, and then also the assets of the airline and what happens with the aircraft and other sort of assets that the airline has. So there's multi-facets to that thing, and we are still looking to see what the rollout's going to be if there is, in fact, no chance of saving this.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the DES screen for Spirit Airlines. It shows it has about almost 10,000 employees. So that's the human side of it. Is there any chance, Sid, that another airline could come in here? I see the JetBlue stock is down more than 4%. Maybe people speculating that they might come in and try to buy this thing.
There could be speculation that the assets could go up for the assets could be available to other airlines to get them. There's also a possibility that the creditors and the government reach some sort of agreement just in the sort of final hours. So it's still not yet over, but we will be watching the story to see what happens next.
Looking at JetBlue Airways right now, the stock's actually trading up. I correct myself. The stock's trading up a little bit, but I wonder, the government blocked them before, so I'm not sure if they would proceed again here.
That's a good question. I mean, Sid, do you think the government might try to pivot and not force consolidation, but encourage an airline to pick up Spirit?
The government would try, but again, the stumbling block would be what price those are paid and essentially what the creditors sort of want from this. So it is hard to see how an airline could come in and get a merger done, especially given that Spirit's been running out of cash and there's no real, they're in their second bankruptcy. I mean, they were meant to exit their second bankruptcy.
Good point.
And so it's hard to see how that could happen so quickly in terms of giving them a lifeline to actually keep going.
All right, Sid, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sid Phillip, Deputy Team Leader for Global Aviation, Bloomberg News, joining us on the news that the Wall Street Journal's reporting that the Spirit Airlines is preparing to end operations. And so you think about, obviously, the 10,000 employees at Spirit Airlines. You think about the consumers who will have booked flights on this airline, and they're going to have to scramble to find
I mean, we're kind of right back to where we started, because they were already looking at perhaps a wind down liquidation when there were reports that they had gone to the government to see if there's any kind of rescue plan in the works. President Trump said, yeah, sure, let's take a look at this. And now it turns out that they can't get anything done. Creditors won't get on board. So we're right back to where we started.
Yeah, and I guess if I'm a creditor, I'm just thinking about it. I guess, I got my collateral are the jets themselves, the planes themselves. I kind of know what they're worth.
Right.
And
there's a lot of demand for that.
Right. It might not be 100 cents on the dollar or anything close to it, but I kind of know what it is. If the government comes in here, I'm not sure how I would be treated. That might be part of their thinking there. So that collateral could be some pretty good collateral here. S&P up 47 points. The Dow up 46 points. And the NASDAQ up 273 points. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Oil lower, stocks higher. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Chapter. The average couple spends over $300,000 on healthcare in retirement. Want to know how much of that you could keep? Find out today in under 20 minutes with one free call to Chapter. Go to askchapter.org to get started. Do want to begin with the latest on Spirit Airlines. We have got Spirit plunging. Right now, Spirit Airlines shares sinking by 61.4%. This after a report from the Wall Street Journal that the firm is preparing to cease operations. Shares of peers, including JetBlue and Frontier, are surging on that report. Shares of Frontier Group Holdings right now up by 12.5%. JetBlue is up by 9%. Other airlines gaining as well. UAL up by 4.2%. American right now up by 3.1%. Delta up by 3.5%. We are looking at stocks at records with the S&P, NASDAQ building on yesterday's gains. S&P up 52, now up 0.7%. Dow up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up by 1.2%. Should point out that Apple shares are gaining after earnings, up now by 4.8%. The VIX below 17 with a 10-year 4.37%. Spot gold up 0.6%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.4%, 101.55 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and at Bloomberg.com as well. ExxonMobil and Chevron, they exceeded profit expectations due to higher oil and gas prices outweighing production outages from the Iran war. Let's get the latest here. Their stocks are trading down a little bit today, but let's be honest, they've had a nice rip here this year. Chevron up 25%, ExxonMobil up 27% year to date. Vincent Piazza joins us. He's the senior equity research analyst following all this oil and gas stuff. He's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Vince, what'd you learn from Exxon and Chevron today?
Well, like you said, price trumps volume, number one.
Yep.
Number two, the rest of the world got punched and Exxon and Chevron got pinched.
Okay.
And I think, when you think about the integrated model during times of stress, that's when it works. And I think you'll see similar for 2Q as well, because, 1Q, we only had 1 month of that price inflation. Yep. We're coming into the second month of inflated prices here. So from an upstream perspective, net benefit to both, even though the production outages are probably more sustained into 2Q, but overall prices are higher and price trumps volume. So for the most part, we're moving toward an environment for them where at least the upstream component will do well.
And upstream, of course, is exploration and production. Downstream is refining. What was notable to me in looking at the results is that ExxonMobil is just as challenged as everyone else in giving guidance because no one knows how long the Strait of Hormuz will be closed for. And they really couldn't pinpoint anything.
Can't pinpoint anything. And if you look at prices along the curve, I'm not really sure the traders really appreciate it as well, because, we're here and we see that $100 per barrel. But if you look at the November and December contracts, they're somewhere in the high 70s, low 80s. And so interestingly, by the time we get into election season, those contracts will be the spot contracts. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens at that point. But for the most part, if you think about not only Exxon and Chevron, but also the other majors across the globe, you're seeing the same kind of results where price is trumping volume for the most part.
Just lastly, Vince, before we let you go, why don't I just go down to Texas and drill a hole? What are rig counts doing? Are the landmans, the wildcatters of the world, are they taking advantage of $100 oil?
They are still being disciplined because, as I mentioned to you, the prices out on the longer end of the curve are still somewhat subdued. And so they're not really incentivizing you to drop a lot of capital into the ground. But more importantly, guys like you, investors overall, telling the space, I don't want the additional molecules. What I want is distributions. And that's the process of shareholder engagement, giving them dividends and the stock buybacks that they need.
All right,
want.
It's no fun.
Vincent, you just kind of killed Paul's dream there. He was ready to take off to Texas tomorrow. Vince Piazza is our senior equity research analyst covering oil and gas, giving us the take here on Chevron and Exxon's latest results. We want to talk about a financial firm that everyone on Wall Street knows, but we don't have a lot of information about because it's not publicly traded. Catherine Chiglinski is here, and she's our team leader for finance coverage at Bloomberg. And that firm, Catherine, is Jane Street. There's a lot of reporting on Jane Street of late, partially because it's extremely profitable.
Extremely profitable, and it's really risen to prominence. I mean, you think about it now, it's a big competitor to Wall Street broadly. They pulled in $39.6 billion of trading revenue last year, and that does include stakes in companies like Anthropic, but that's a huge amount. I mean, that outpaces any of the big Wall Street banks. And so, yeah, they've been paying their employees quite well.
I mean, as Butch Cassidy would say, who are these guys? And like when I was out there trading, there was no Jane Street Capital. Now these guys are just monsters out there. And the Citadel Securities, another type situation. Where did these guys come from?
Well, we've seen them really expand in recent years, and part of it is just sort of the dominance in the retail space. Yeah. But we've seen, and reporter Catherine Doherty did a great story about this deep dive into Citadel Securities and how they're really expanding into high-touch trading. And that's the high-touch equities business is a key business that Wall Street has long dominated. You know, maybe they ceded some on the retail front to these market makers in recent years, but that's been a big space for the banks. And so yeah, we're seeing Jane Street really move in on some of the bank's turf.
We kind of describe Jane Street as a market maker. Is being a market maker that profitable?
Well, I think, especially with Jane Street, you think about, I mean, they particularly tend to hire very, very smart individuals, like
serious geeks.
Yes, and people who really know like AI and technology and all that stuff. And I think I think this has been true of any industry, is if you have that, that cutting edge technology, if you have people who are pushing the envelope there, I think that ends up being, it makes it a formidable competitor, especially to these long established institutions.
I know some young folks that work there, and they're all engineers or computer scientists, or mathematicians, and like we've seen since the beginning of time, that's where they're going. Jane Street is the holy grail. It's not Goldman Sachs per se. It's not BlackRock. It's Jane Street.
And do those guys, the engineers, the computer scientists, do they get paid as much as the bankers at a Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan get paid?
Well, they're getting paid pretty well, honestly. So their compensation pool last year was $9.4 billion for every employee. If you did that equally, which obviously that's not exactly how pay happens, it would be $2.68 million per employee. That's more than nearly 7 times what it equates to for Goldman Sachs compensation per employee.
Okay, look at this. Here's the stuff I like. Jane Street's members' equity. That's the firepower the company uses to support its trading operations without having to tap outside capital, has swelled nearly 2,000% since 2016 to $45 billion, according to sources. That's just capital they can put right. I mean, you think about the capital allocation that Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs may give to their market making trading operation. It's just monstrous numbers. Is there any reason to think this doesn't continue for these guys? I mean, it seems like their flow, their market share has been just steadily climbing.
They're investing in companies. I mean, we just had news out on Anthropic that they're receiving funding offers, valuing the company at nearly $900 billion. So yeah, I think in terms of their competitive edge, I think, that will remain a real sticking point for Wall Street. But then I think you also have, the bets they've made on these privately traded companies that I think we'll definitely be keeping an eye on.
I mean, here's the great chart. I like pictures. It's easier than words for me. Jane Street's total revenue, $39.6 billion for last year. Number 2, JP Morgan, 35. Number 3, Goldman Sachs, 31. Number 4, Citi, 22. So it's just monster. Citadel's down there at 12.2 as well. So outpacing the big rivals. Again, they didn't exist back in the day, but
it's not just the U.S. either. It's not just New York. Jane Street set to double its footprint in a London office move as well. So this is it's on the march globally. Catherine, Thank you so much. Catherine Chiglinski, she is our team leader for U.S. finance coverage here at Bloomberg News, and that is our bread and butter, so we talk to her often, giving us the latest on Jane Street. Like you said, Paul, did not exist a couple decades ago, and now, maybe it's the place that all the young engineers and computer scientists and traders want to go to.
Yeah, we see it. It's kind of like, it's just been a real source of growth for Global Wall Street. You can trade away from some of the traditional investment banks and get liquidity and get good pricing. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube and at Bloomberg.com/video. That's where you'll find us. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Trump says increasing tariff on EU autos to 25%. So we'll have more reporting on that. But more tariff news. Remember, you can't forget about the tariffs. Are still there. It's not just the war and earnings and the Fed. The tariffs are still out there for companies and consumers to deal with. Big take story. You know, we love these big take stories because they are deeply, deeply researched, deeply reported, deeply sourced. Got some great graphics and pictures that kind of make them kind of just come out and jump out at you. And this is a good one, particularly for those that are interested in the healthcare business. The J&J's ketamine-derived treatment for severe depression got off to a sluggish start after winning approval, but starting to pick up here, and it's the $1.7 billion trip. Madison Muller, one of the reporters on this deal, she's a healthcare reporter for Bloomberg News. Talk to us about Johnson & Johnson and ketamine-derived treatment.
Yeah, so this drug is called Spravato, and it's actually a nasal spray. So you take a couple of sprays in your nostrils, and you sort of lean back and have these not necessarily hallucinogenic, but dreamlike effects, sort of like you'd be tripping, but not exactly like that. And it's for patients who have treatment-resistant depression, so people who have tried and failed, traditional oral antidepressants, and who have struggled with depression for a long time and who need something else. And Spravato, for a lot of these people, has really been life-changing. And so we outlined that in this story. The drug was sort of sluggish when it first took off. It launched during the pandemic when, all the in-person care was really not happening. And this is a drug that needs to be administered in a clinic, and then there's a monitoring period after. So it was a bit of a rough go at first, but now this drug has really taken off and has become one of J&J's key products.
So how is this administered? So it's administered in a clinic. How long does it last for a patient?
Yeah, so a patient goes in and they take a couple of spritzes of this drug in their nostrils, and then there's a 2-hour monitoring period after that that's required by U.S. regulators just to make sure that there's no negative side effects. Obviously, they don't want patients going and driving a car after taking a drug like this. And so physicians will monitor their vital signs, their pulse ox, their heart rate, just to make sure everything's okay. Also, a lot of times people have a emotional reaction to taking these drugs. I mean, some people just will color in a coloring book, others sort of drift off, others will, be really, really emotional. So they want to make sure that there is that support and that monitoring afterward. And then they come back every week after that. And then you get to the point where it's every 2 weeks. And so it's a once a week or every other week treatment, and patients, it seems to be very effective for them.
I was going to say, how do they measure the efficacy of this thing? Are
Yeah,
you
I
happy?
mean,
Are you not happy? Are you depressed? Not depressed?
Right. I mean, there's all these metrics that doctors use, sort of like a questionnaire of depression symptoms. And this is something that they really think, depression symptoms go into remission from. And that's sort of the goal here, especially for people who have struggled for a really long time and who might have not seen good efficacy on other medications. So that's sort of how, psychiatrists and how physicians look at that.
Do we know how big this? It seems like it could be a really big market. What does J&J say about that?
Yeah, I mean, the mental health market, depression treatments is always been pretty big. I mean, if we look back at Prozac, that was a huge drug, huge blockbuster for Eli Lilly. But back then it was all about the SSRIs. And this is, the reason why this drug is different is it's because it's derived from ketamine. It's not exactly the same, but it works differently than the traditional SSRI medications.
What's SSRI?
Serotonin, something reuptake inhibitors. Yeah, it's like the traditional Prozacs that you would think of when you think about antidepressant drugs. And so this works a little bit differently, and that's why they think it works for people with treatment-resistant depression. But this is sort of the only drug out there right now that's like this. There are a lot of other companies that are working on psychedelic adjacent treatments for mental health disorders. None of those other ones are approved yet, but they are getting there. And Trump actually had an executive order earlier in April to expand access to some of these psychedelic treatments. So the thought is that it's really going to sort of usher in this new era of mental health and depression treatments, and this market could be pretty enormous.
Is this covered by
the end of the
health
decade.
insurance? That's a big issue.
Yeah, so I mean, that's one of the things that this, Spravato drug, that's one of the things that helped it really take off. Once it got FDA approval, that then allowed insurers to cover it. But at first, since this was such a different type of drug, I mean, usually people with depression are used to taking a pill at home. This is something that they had to go into the clinic for, and then there's this monitoring period. Insurers didn't really know how to bill for this at first. They were treating it like a traditional 30, 40-minute office visit, where people were actually staying there for several hours. And so they, J&J, the company, worked with clinics, worked with insurers, and they figured out the billing situation, figured out how to reimburse for this. So that made it possible for more and more clinics and more doctors to offer it to patients.
All right, cool, very cool. This is a great story, folks. Check it out. You can read this story and all the other big take stories on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com/big take. Some really, really good stories. Good reporting, great, cool, fun graphics to kind of bring it to life. Madison Muller, health reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio with that cool story and good news for those folks suffering from depression. Looking at the markets here, we got holding on to some green here off the highs of the day, but still positive here pretty much across the board with the S&P up 48 points, 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 290 points. That's 1.1%. So keep an eye on that. Oil down $4 on WTI crude oil to $101 per barrel. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metal. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a minute. 10-year Treasury yields right around 4.37%. Pretty steady on the day. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. This is oil retreats, the VIX below 17. Two developing stories. President Trump moments ago saying he is raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the EU to 25%, claiming that the bloc had failed to fully comply with a trade agreement negotiated with the United States. In the airline industry, we're looking at shares of Spirit Airlines plunging right now by 60%. This after the Wall Street Journal reported that the airline is preparing to cease operations. Shares of peers, including JetBlue and Frontier Group Holdings, jumping on the news. Frontier shares, they're up by 9.1%. JetBlue up by 6%. Other airlines also gaining right now. We do have UAL up by 3.5%. American up by 1.7%. Delta is up by 3%. Bottom line here, stocks are pushing higher. We are off session highs, but for the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, we are looking at records. S&P up 48, higher by 0.7%. NASDAQ up 298, gain there of 1.2%. The VIX, as I mentioned, below 17 with a 10-year 4.37%. Gold up $26 the ounce, 46.44, up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude still above $100 a barrel, $100.80 now. It is down, however, 4.1%. Barrel of Brent down 2.6%. Brent crude 107.44 for a barrel of Brent crude. Iran has delivered a new proposal to the U.S. via Pakistan as the two sides pursue behind-the-scenes diplomacy to turn a fragile ceasefire into a lasting peace.
Business News Live. We're going to have the latest on the standoff in the Strait coming up here with Adam Fair, and I guess we may as well do that right now. Let's get you the latest on Iran. On this 60th day of the war, it depends who you're talking to about this, though, and this does remain a question here in Washington, with the president notifying Congress that the war began 60 days ago. But the administration is projecting a different take on this, suggesting the ceasefire either stop the clock or reset the clock. We're going to have more on this coming up. We're told that the president's going to be talking soon. I don't think we have a 2-minute warning yet, but I guess we'll hang out and wait for him to start here. With Adam Farrer joining us from Bloomberg Economics and our eyes on oil prices here today. They are lower yet, despite the fact that the standoff in the Strait continues. Adam has been a very valuable voice in this whole conversation so far and joins us once again to top things off here on this Friday. It's great to see you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, great to be here.
I guess the sort of obvious question, without turning you into a stock strategist today, is how can we be in such a good mood on Wall Street, oil prices lower, stocks rallying, when unless you could tell me otherwise, nothing's really changed?
It is the question that continues to, perplex many of us as we look at the current situation. There's no doubt that markets continue to see a more optimistic trend line moving forward, and part of that is driven by earnings that we saw in the past 48 hours that is kind of propelling stocks forward. But they're not seeing the headwinds that I think many of us on the geopolitical risk side are as we look at a continued stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz and a lack of real movement in between the two sides on finding a sustainable path towards de-escalation. The market seemed to have moved a lot this morning just on the idea that Iran had responded to a U.S. offer on restarting peace talks, but we don't have any of the details. We don't know if Iran has moved closer to any of the positions the United States has taken, particularly on not sequencing the conversation, right? Reports earlier this week were that Iran offered to have a conversation to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, to reach a ceasefire, but push off nuclear negotiations. Yeah. But the White House rejected that. So the question now is, did they move closer to that? But even if they do, there are still huge gaps in what they see as an outcome that is sustainable on those issues as well.
Really interesting to wait for the latest proposal from Iran. We've been back and forth with this counter proposal, and the latest position to Washington via Pakistan has been delivered. It is unclear what is in this proposal, but everything we have heard so far from Iran would bring us back to where we were before the war started, with no guarantee on nuclear enrichment or the status of the nuclear program. Do we have any reason to believe that could be different here?
So it's always important to know that in the public domain, everyone is posturing, right? And certainly the Iranian regime is very well known for that. But both sides are doing this. So just because we heard a lot of chest thumping this week from Iran on maintaining control of the Strait and its own determination of its technological control of its ballistic missiles and its nuclear program, that doesn't mean that what they're talking about in the back rooms with the United States is not more flexible. But nonetheless, from the failure of the talks we've seen so far, it's clear that they haven't been able to move closer to the U.S. position, or at least not where the Trump administration wants to see it. And while markets are moving forward, in a very positive environment today, it's worth noting that we're hearing from major oil producers their own concerns about supply shortages, from ConocoPhillips, from Chevron, just in the past 24 hours, with C-suites highlighting their deep concerns about supply shortages, particularly in the most import-dependent economies.
I'm glad you point that out. Chevron and Exxon shares are trading lower today, despite this idea, the sort of halo effect around what's happening. They're printing money, the prices are through the roof, and they might keep going higher. But the idea of this disruption making business more difficult, the CEO at Exxon suggesting today it would be a good 2 months, he said, to get flows through the Strait going again after it is reopened. So if this ended today, we're deep into summer before the oil market is rationalized. Is that right?
I mean, certainly that's what they're seeing. And I think most folks looking at this both from an oil side and just a shipping logistics side would say that looks likely, right? We're looking at a lot of friction and uncertainty permeating through the market, even if we do reach some sort of ceasefire. And the question then becomes, does the market and do shippers feel that any such deal is sustainable enough to actually move their ships back in, right? Because they know that if their ships leave the Strait, leave the Gulf, that's great. But if they go back in, they could be locked in for another 6 months if a war breaks out.
We may be hearing from the president at some point here. He's expected to talk before he leaves town. He's going to be going down to a little bit of a garden party in the Villages down in Florida. But we have no indication that he's about to come out. It's a good thing we started the show early here. What questions are you going to be asking going into the weekend? The president was presented a series of military options yesterday. So there's a feeling, despite the optimism on Wall Street, at least for now, that there could be a resumption of strikes. Are you running odds on this, or do you have a gut check on whether that's the next step?
It certainly feels like it's a fool's errand to be sure of where we're going
sure
here,
that's right?
But there does appear to be a distinct risk that the president is calculating the need to re-escalate, whether that is widespread strikes or more limited targeted actions related to the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know, but there is a real chance that he sees this current stalemate as not abiding by his own interests, and that there is a need to break through and try and pressure and increase the pressure on Tehran. He did comment that he sees the blockade arguably as more effective in increasing that pressure. But even if that is true, the timeline is significantly longer on how much pressure is actually building in Tehran, and also the reality that for the Iranian regime, this remains an existential question. And while the pain will grow in the economy and there are real risks for them, that doesn't mean they're willing to just back away from their demands. And so with that in mind, there is a risk the president may decide to escalate here in the short term as he looks to find a way to end this crisis.
Do we have a sense of what kind of options he's looking at? Is it what we've already heard? Is it seizing Karg Island, for instance? Is it laying troops on the shores of the Strait? Or have we progressed beyond those initial ideas and we need something more creative? The president has talked about infrastructure, civilian shared infrastructure, even in his post as recently as yesterday.
So the president continues to talk about going after new targets, right? Kind of dual use infrastructure, whether that be logistics, transportation, or energy, which is really what he's focused in on. And that's certainly possible. What's likely is that U.S. CENTCOM and the Department of War put in front of him a series of options from low, medium, and high, looking at, again, just going after targets in and around the Strait of Hormuz that may limit or allow Iran to continue to pressure ships that are transiting through. We've seen these small boat tactics continue to come up with ships remaining in the Iranian Navy that are capable of harassing and seizing shipping. But that also could expand to targets in and around Tehran and around the country as they look to go after both those new targets, infrastructure, but also Iran's effort to reconstitute its ballistic missiles and any of the related targets that it's either brought out of storage or found more.
What do you make of this state? I don't know if you saw this on X from Iran's parliament speaker, Ghalibaf. Good luck blockading a country with those borders, referring to his country's very large size. We know that, for instance, they were talking about putting oil on trains to China. What's he getting at?
So I think, he continues to be in a back and forth Twitter war with the U.S.
Would that suggest, though, that there are avenues other than the Strait to export oil?
So there absolutely are, right? And there are overland options for Iran to move goods. But the reality is there's a reason that they haven't been doing that for the, decades before, right? It's inefficient, and it is not an effective way for Iran to move, particularly oil, out of the country. And so while there's certainly mechanisms by which they can import some goods and export it, those are not efficient, and Iran certainly would not be in a good position.
So this
if that
is really
was
not
only,
a realistic kind of thing to boast
It is
about.
not, right? I mean, I think the reality is there's a reason all of Iranian oil transits via large tanker through the Strait of Hormuz.
Fascinating. We've got a lot of forces over there, and this is now the 60th day, if you're playing along on your home game of the war. And that might sound weird because we've been at this for more than 60 days, but it's been 60 since the president notified Congress, right? That's how it works under the War Powers Act. Typically, at this point, you would need some approval from Congress to continue the operation, although the president also can request an additional 30 days. And that's under the guise, if you read the War Powers, and everyone's becoming an armchair expert on this, under the guise of the War Powers Act that the president is taking issue with. Even if it gets to 90 here without a request, there's a question about whether Congress is going to step up. But the White House says, no, you got the count wrong. Because we have a ceasefire, that stops the clock. That's what Pete Hegseth said yesterday in his hearing. The administration telling the New York Times it resets the clock, which says to me that we're back to zero. How is the war allowing all of this? The law, I should say, allowing this.
So there is, as you said, a clear difference in opinion between many legal scholars and the White House on the War Powers Act and the requirements that are put on the executive and Congress to act. And that is being worked back and forth vociferously right now. What's interesting, though, is that even if one were to look at the ceasefire, coming into place in early April, the U.S. has now imposed a blockade on Iran, which by most measures is considered an act of war. So that raises further questions about what qualifies as a military action against another country. And the sad reality is that this issue is unlikely to be adjudicated from a nonpartisan perspective. I think we're going to hear distinct interpretations from the Democratic and Republican sides with their vision of which way this should be going. Clearly, with the Democrats pushing for some sort of action from Congress that they feel is legally required, while Republicans, as we've seen throughout the President Trump's term, are unlikely to push back significantly.
Interesting. We've got a poll out. We'll talk to our panel about this, President Trump's war in Iran. is rather unpopular among Americans, and specifically younger Americans, to the point where we haven't seen numbers like this since the Vietnam War in the early 1970s. And this is beyond your remit, but I wonder if it does bring us back to the idea of wrapping this up quickly, which the market likes to. Any time there's a sense of this in the air, the market starts to rally. And maybe that's what we're doing here today. The fact that we're at least talking about talking seems to be driving the news.
Again, I think there's no question that President Trump is looking for an off-ramp from this crisis. The question is whether he feels he can find one where he can claim enough of a victory to walk away. And that is what's outstanding here. And Iran has not seemed interested in giving those aspects in negotiations that would be required for that. And so the war is certainly deeply unpopular. You know, we've seen oil prices, or excuse me, gas prices in the United States go up significantly this week, just day on day. And all of that is going to keep driving worse and worse polls on Americans' perception of this conflict. But while there is this narrative that Trump could choose to walk away from it, right, declare victory and walk away despite the remaining issues, I think the reality is that the Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz is increasingly restricting his ability to do that, because it will continue to drive energy prices higher. And, you know, we had some distinct quotes this week from Secretary Rubio and others declaring that Iran's control of the Strait is unacceptable. And while certainly, you know, the administration could change its position, it does seem that if the Secretary is willing to come out so strongly there, that is becoming, or is, a red line for the U.S. So, you know, the ability to back away despite all of this pressure is diminishing.
Fascinating, as always, Adam. Thank you for a great talk. This weekend could be interesting. We'll find out together. Adam Fair, Bloomberg Economics, one of our geoeconomics analysts who has been indispensable here with our Iran coverage. As I look down with more on this poll, again, this is the Washington Post and Ipsos working together. 61% of Americans say using military force against Iran was a mistake, with fewer than 2 in 10 Americans believing that the U.S. actions in Iran have been successful. 4 in 10 say it's been unsuccessful. Another 4 in 10 say too soon to tell. I mentioned young people. It was pretty remarkable numbers here. And independents who lean toward the Republican Party roughly split, with 52% saying it was the right decision, 46% saying it was a mistake. Those are the numbers we're going to be looking at real closely during the midterm election cycle, of course. Thanks for joining us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. We're staying live here for the president. Is that what's going on? Okay. I guess that's, well, we'll see if he comes out at some point soon here. Some of the other stories that we're following. The president says he's raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%, claiming the bloc had failed to fully comply with a trade agreement negotiated with the U.S. What are we doing here with this, guys? I think we're going to talk. Craig Trudell is with us in New York. Craig, can you tell us a little more about this story and the impact it might have?
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a bomb throw in the middle of the afternoon on a Friday, and it happens to be May Day in Europe. So I'm sure a lot of folks in Brussels and elsewhere around the bloc are absolutely thrown for a loop here. This isn't, of course, a huge shock in that we've known for many years that Donald Trump has had strong views about the number of cars flowing into the U.S., particularly from Germany. I remember just on the campaign trail the first time around he was going for the White House, talking about all the Mercedes and BMWs that he sees on Fifth Avenue around his building and how unhappy he was about that. This is, sort of a go-to thing for him to rail about whenever and when he is often talking about trade issues with Europe, that cars in particular are front of mind.
The new levies would not apply to automobiles built in U.S. facilities, according to the president. Says there will be no tariff if they produce cars and trucks in USA plants. Are we seeing anybody retool to start actually moving operations here?
I think part of what makes this storyline so fascinating is the fact that BMW and Mercedes do have plants, big plants down in the South. BMW's factory in Spartanburg, South Carolina, is its largest in the world. And for years now, BMW has consistently bragged about how they are the biggest exporter of vehicles from the U.S. By value year after year. this is a major source of production for those manufacturers of SUVs that will insulate them somewhat from this. But you think about just the sort of breadth of these companies' lineups. They have a lot of sedans and models that are brought over from Europe. You also think about particular brands that don't have any manufacturing whatsoever, not just in the U.S. but in North America. You think about Porsche comes to mind, of course, and you also have some companies that are have significant American presence, like Stellantis immediately comes to mind, where Alfa Romeo, Fiat, Maserati. These are all brands of vehicles where they're producing in Italy. They will be hit as well. So, while we don't have any trading for European manufacturers like Mercedes or BMW or Volkswagen, we are seeing Stellantis get hit pretty hard this afternoon as a result of this announcement from the president.
Interesting. Will there be anything reciprocal, do we understand, from overseas countries in light of this, or is it too soon to tell?
I think it's difficult for Europe to hit back, at least in automotive trade, because to the president's point, this is a one-sided situation with the automotive industry, where GM in particular just out and out pulled out from Europe years ago. Ford does have a presence in Europe, but it's primarily the case that vehicles that they manufacture locally are what they sell over there. There's not a whole lot of appetite for big F-150 pickups in Europe. They don't fit in on a lot of the roads in places like London or Berlin, and so there's not a whole lot that Europe can hit back on, at least in automotive trade. But in terms of ways for Europe to retaliate, it would likely have to be a matter of targeting sectors other than automotive to retaliate in this case.
Got it. Craig, thank you for jumping on this. Craig Trudell, Bloomberg News Global Autos editor, with us live from New York. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, ever waiting for the president. Let's check the markets right now while we have an opportunity. Charlie Pellet has that from New York.
Hi, thank you very much, and here's what's going on. Let's recap and reset on the tariff story. President Trump saying that he is raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the EU to 25%, claiming that the bloc has failed to fully comply with the trade agreement negotiated with the United States. Now, on an up day for U.S. equity markets, we are looking at the automakers declining. A case in point, Stellantis right now down 1.7%. We do have Ford shares lower now by 2%. General Motors trading lower now. We've got GM down by just about 1.2%. Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ as well, also advancing. S&P and NASDAQ, by the way, they are advancing. S&P 500 index up 45. That is a gain of 0.6%. We've got the Dow Industrials up 17. Now, little change there, up under 0.1%. On NASDAQ, higher by 280 points. A record for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up now by 1.1%. We did hear from Apple last night. Apple shares, they are surging now, up by 4.8%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, it's advancing as well. Right now, the Mag 7 Index up by 1.5%. All of this comes with the VIX below 17, the 10-year 4.36%, with the 2-year 3.86%. Spot gold up $31 the ounce, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude $101 the barrel, down now by 3.8%. Major developing story at this hour in the airline industry. Sources tell Bloomberg Spirit Aviation Holdings is laying the groundwork to shutter its operations as it runs increasingly low on cash. Now, Spirit, you'll recall, had been in talks with the U.S. government on a rescue financing mission, but those conversations hit an impasse in recent days. Sources say the airline is making preparation to wind down as its liquidity position worsened. Right now, we've got JetBlue down by 62.7%. Recapping, S&P up 46, up 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Charlie Pellet will have more on the markets a bit later on this hour as we wait to hear from the president. Thanks for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. President Trump has just left the Oval Office. If you're with us on YouTube, you can see him. He's walking over to the press pool assembled in the driveway on the south side of the White House ahead of his trip to Florida. We are hoping to get some answers to questions on a lot of issues, including the tariffs we just discussed, the war in Iran. Let's listen live now on Bloomberg.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. So we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Are you willing to send anybody to Islamabad? Your envoy?
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal. And they're working with us. They continue to work with us. But the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4. And it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. I know everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect. Are you from Pakistan?
No, I'm not from Pakistan.
I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
On the European Union yesterday, you talked about Italy and the withdrawal of troops from Europe, from Italy and Spain. Can you clarify with your words?
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy. It's been wiped out. No Air Force. It's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. They have no leaders because, frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not getting along with each other. So. We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries, Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico, they're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made. To each other. They're not getting along. They're very, very confused by what's happened because essentially most of their military has been wiped out. But we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens. But I would say that I am not happy. Their leadership is very disjointed, very argumentative with each other. They come back, one says one thing, one says another. They're very confused. Obviously, their country has been, frankly, decimated. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Many of their soldiers, unfortunately, are gone. They've got to come up with the right deal. At this moment, I'm not satisfied with what they're doing.
Did you decide against bailing out Spirit Airlines?
Well, I guess we're looking at it. If we could do it, we'd do it, but only if it's a good deal.
Claiming that they're preparing to shut down this weekend because they haven't gotten a deal.
Well, we're looking at it, but if we can't make a good deal, no institution's been able to do it. I said, I'd like to save the jobs, but we'll have an announcement sometime today. We gave them a final proposal.
Excuse me. Mr. President, it's day 60. Are you going to seek congressional authorization for...
Well, no other country has ever done it. It's never been in, as you know, most people consider it totally unconstitutional. Also, we had a ceasefire, so that gives you additional time. But no other country's done it. We're in the midst of a big victory. This is a victory like we haven't had since Venezuela, okay, to be honest with you. We haven't had, but, you know, we have a country that lost its way. It really lost its way. That's our country in terms of the military. Now we have a great military. We're on our way to another victory, a big victory, and I don't think that it's constitutional what they're asking for. These are not patriotic people that are asking. You know, when they say, even the losers, even the ones that say all the wrong things, admit that it's been amazing what we've done. The Strait is totally shut down. It's flawless. It's totally 100% shut down. Now, we've been dealing with Iran. They want to make a deal. They're not there. They're not with it. They're sort of, they get close, and then a new group of people come in. They don't know who their leaders are. They have no idea who their leaders are, but they're very confused, and that's because of the success we've had militarily. They essentially have no military. Let me just tell you, the war powers. So many presidents, as you know, have gone and exceeded it. It's never been used. It's never been adhered to, and every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Will Iran affect your China trip given the blockade?
No, the China, it's going to be amazing. The visit with China and Chairman Xi, that's going to be great. We have the trip with China coming up. And I think it'll be an amazing event.
Mr. President, if you can't get a deal on Iran, what next? What will you do?
Well, right now we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country, but we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on a deal? Are they balking?
We're looking at trying to help them, something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. You know, we come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my point. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter's going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit, different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had the CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach, options? What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd prefer not. On a human basis, I'd prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed unitship, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
And there was some reporting this week that because of all the firepower required for Epic Fury, that there are people in the White House who are starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have more than we've ever had, actually. Because all over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine.
Right.
And $350 billion they spent. We don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We built it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Probably.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon? Mr. President? President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the king change your mind? King Charles?
No. King and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high-quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
And President Trump, when you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
Do you still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him.
Mr. President, sir.
He was a great player.
Will you pardon him?
It seems like you're happy with your blockade and you don't have to restart the war or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that. We're negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance,
And do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything, it's going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will go
Now, sir, you're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
I will be. Well, no tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American-made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes. And by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go.
Thank you,
What's your message to Americans who are facing the same high gas prices?
Well, it was just announced we have more people working in the United States today than ever before in history. Outside of the gasoline, prices are way down. Prices have come down. I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. But in the history of our country. And prices are down. When the war ends, which shouldn't be too long, they want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion, they're not there. When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the seas already loaded into tankers. Tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much, like record-setting. But when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to below what they were. I think it's very important. I think it's very important. The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, Mr. Kurdish here.
You like him?
This guy?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Kurdish. I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you send weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim these weapons are in Suleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons. Like
Exxon and Chevron are refusing to increase oil production. Exxon and Chevron, what do you say about that?
We're doing great production. We're producing more oil right now. That's the other thing. We have more oil production right now than any time in history. And if you take a look at the ships, they're all coming up to Texas. Louisiana, Alaska. Did you see the line? What do they call it? The Tango. But that is some line of ships. They're all coming up. They're loading up. The biggest ships in the world are coming up to Louisiana, Texas, and to Alaska, and they're loading up. And I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, so nobody's
Sir,
I like him a lot.
You're not satisfied
Mr. Ron, can you tell us, you said you're not satisfied with the plan right now. Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
All right, there you have President Trump wrapping Q&A with reporters there in the driveway, making his way over to some folks on the rope line. Those are not reporters if you're watching us on YouTube. Sometimes he just likes to greet onlookers who happen to be on the campus before he gets on Marine One, and that's the next move here. Get on the chopper, which you heard whirring in the background. On the way to Florida, the president's headed to the Villages, where he's a rather popular guy. No word on whether the boat parade is waiting for him there, but he will have a very friendly and receptive crowd when he talks to those folks a little bit later on today. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. Really interesting conversation there from the president. He did make some news. When it comes to the war in Iran, he said they're working with us, and they continue to work with us, as he likes to say, telephonically. They're on the phone. He says the trip's a long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now. When it comes to the 60-day congressional authority, he was asked directly about this. This is, on this May Day, day 60, since the president notified Congress about this action, not necessarily when the first bombs were dropped. Knowing that the White House is projecting opposition to this idea, the War Powers Act that the president now calls unconstitutional, suggesting that the ceasefire in place either stop the clock or reset the clock on that 60 days. He says no other country has ever done it. It's never been done. Most people consider it totally unconstitutional. Also, we had a ceasefire, so that gives you additional time. He says many presidents have gone and exceeded it, that 60-day threshold, when it comes to war powers. Speaking also quickly to tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union, he says because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have, the 25% he just announced today, and on Spirit Airlines, the idea of bailing out Spirit. Stock's been plummeting here as the company says it's going to shut down, according to a report without a deal with the White House. He says, I guess we're looking at it, but if we can't make a good deal, no institution's been able to do it. He said, I'd like to save the jobs, but we'll have an announcement sometime today. The sell-off in Spirit, we're going to hear about this from Charlie, pairing some losses but still deep in the red. Let's update the markets now before we assemble our political panel. Charlie Pellet at the helm right now at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
A lot's going on, Joe Matthew, and we got you covered. Let us begin with Spirit Airlines. You mentioned the stock selling off, down now by 27%. At one point just an hour ago, we had shares down by roughly 70%. President saying he will have an announcement later on today. In the meantime, other airlines are advancing. We've got shares of Frontier Group Holdings, ULCC, ultra low-cost carrier on the ticker, up now by 6.3%. JetBlue shares, they're gaining 4.3%. JetBlue, of course, trying to acquire Spirit. Among some of the other major carriers, they're gaining as well. UAL, United, up 2.7%. American shares right now up 1.3%. Delta is gaining by 2%. The other big story, President Trump just talking about it, he is raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%, claiming that the bloc could fail to fully comply with the trade agreement negotiated with the United States. Now, the automakers lower. Stellantis shares down 0.2%. Ford down by 0.2%. GM down by 1.2%. Dow Industrials, they have given up earlier gains, down now by 48 points, down 0.1%. Any advance today for the S&P will be a record, up 32 points, up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ up 222 for NASDAQ. That is a record, a gain now of 0.9%. NASDAQ NASDAQ 100 index also up by 0.8%. We've got the VIX trading below 17, the 10-year 4.36%, spot gold up $21 the ounce, 0.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude, we are seeing a retreat. WTI down now by 3%, 101.98 a barrel. As the spread to Brent comes in, we have got Brent trading 108.25, down now by 2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet live in New York. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, and we want to connect before our panel quickly with Tyler Kendall, who's made her way to the North Lawn as the president just took off on his way to Florida. Our Washington correspondent, Tyler, the president made some news here, and he does seem intent on making a deal with Iran, having been asked directly if he wants to resume strikes, and he says he doesn't want to, or at least he hopes not to do that. Are we getting any signal from the administration on what's next?
Well, Joe, at this point, it appears evident that President Trump feels that maybe there is some path forward when it comes to diplomacy. You can probably hear Marine One is still taking off right behind me. But the president said that strides are being made. But at the moment, he's not satisfied with the latest proposal put forward by Iran, saying that there are things that he just cannot agree to. And as you all know, this comes after earlier today, Iranian state media confirmed that Iran had sent via Pakistani mediators an updated proposal. The thing is, we didn't get any indication on exactly what was in that fresh proposal. We just know what the U.S. didn't like from the previous proposals, including that Iran had suggested that there could be a postponing in dialogue when it comes to its nuclear program. And instead, the first stage of this could be a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for that naval blockade being lifted. But Joe, as you heard the president there, seems like no indications this White House is going to let up when it comes to the Strait.
You might have to duck there, Tyler, with Marine One going right overhead. Tyler, thank you. She'll be back at the top of the next hour to recap everything that we heard. The president also speaking to Spirit Airlines, speaking to tariffs on European cars. Let's assemble our panel for a quick swing at this. Both have been very patient in waiting for us to get through that whole conversation. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, our Democratic strategist and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, and Rosemary Becky, Republican strategist, partner of Brownstein Hyatt. Great to see you both. Jeannie, what are you reading into here when it comes to this White House? It does sound like a president who would much rather make a deal than go back to war. How about you?
He absolutely would, and he's right on that. There is only a negotiated settlement possible here, and it is good news to hear the president talking like that. You know, some of what is coming out of the White House, and quite frankly, other aspects of D.C. and elsewhere, this idea that there's nobody in Iran to negotiate with, really has to be reconsidered. You listen to scholars like Vali Nasser at SIZE, and he talks about the fact that the supreme leader is well in place. We heard from him for the first time yesterday. It was an audio, not a video, but he is in place. He has a team in place. And when you listen to that audio tape from yesterday, he is very clear. They will retain control of the Strait, and they are demanding to retain their nuclear program. And I say that because that's what makes the president's insistence on negotiation, which again I agree with, so difficult, is the two sides remain so far apart. And while the Iranians can hold on to that for a while, it's difficult for the president as we look at the most recent polls.
Hey, Rosemary, and we can talk about that new poll in a minute from Washington Post and Ipsos. It's not good for the president or for Republicans. Rosemary, what do you make about this debate over war powers? President's calling the War Powers Act unconstitutional. They claim the clock has been stopped here because of the ceasefire, that there is no 60-day mark that we've arrived at. Is this going to be the new debate in Washington?
It certainly seems to be the debate at the moment, and likely will drag out here for a little bit. As you know, Congress is gone. They're not back till May 11th. So it'll continue to be debated. And I frankly think, you know, the president's just going to continue to negotiate and try to find some kind of settlement. And, you know, I think we all agree that is the right strategy here. And, you know, obviously tensions are very high and both sides are, you know, locked in. But I think, you know, it's all you can do is try to negotiate something here and reach a settlement. I mean, Americans are anxious, right? Our gas prices are so high right now. And people are feeling it. And so, the faster we get to a resolution of this conflict, the better it is for Americans.
I mentioned the poll out from the Washington Post and Ipsos. Jeannie, 61% of Americans say using military force against Iran was a mistake. Fewer than 2 in 10 believe U.S. actions in Iran have been successful. Does that speak to the spirit of this mission or the lack of a credible sales pitch from this White House?
I think it speaks to both. And I think that's where the administration has erred repeatedly. I'm smirking a little bit because Donald Trump is not the first president to be frustrated by the War Powers Act. We know that.
Well, that's right.
But of course, what is happening with this poll today is that we know that the war is as unpopular as the war in Vietnam and as the war in Iraq. And that's got to be devastating for a president who repeatedly pushes back on any comparison to the 70s, to Jimmy Carter. I mean, that's what Donald Trump remembers. So you almost feel for him listening to how unpopular this is. And of course, they have themselves to blame. 2 days on Capitol Hill, Pete Hegseth, and he did not explain to the American public why we are there. It is a missed opportunity over and over with this White House.
Well, just to put a cap on that, Republican support remains high in this poll. 79% say it was the right decision. Independents are split. 52% right call, 46% a mistake. We've got a good panel today. Rosemary Becky and Jeannie Shanzano will be back in our second hour as we roll into the 1 o'clock hour on the East Coast and welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We'll get back to the White House for the latest on all of this right here on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump says the hardliners want to make a deal too. Welcome to the Friday edition as markets rally again on hopes of a peace deal with Iran. But the Strait of Hormuz remains closed on this 60th day of conflict. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, it depends who you ask about that timeline. The president suggesting the War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
Yeah, and that's, of course, after cabinet secretaries like the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in congressional testimony this week suggested because we are currently in a ceasefire, that 60-day clock is no longer actively running. Clearly a matter of dispute. All that said, when it comes to active conflict or the potential return of it, it may be on the horizon if no deal is made, obviously. And the president, in comments to reporters just a few moments ago, suggested that while strides have been made, he's not sure a deal will ever get there, suggesting Iran has proposed things that he can just not agree to.
He says their leaders don't get along. They're confused. They talk to one person, then that's the next thing. But the war powers issue is an interesting one. The administration, according to the New York Times, saying that this resets the clock, not just stops it. So I don't know if we're at zero or if we stop somewhere in the middle of all of this. Lawmakers might not agree, Kaylee. We've heard from even some Republicans who want an authorization for the use of military force by the time we get to that extended 90-day mark. It's just unclear exactly when we're going to say that happens.
Yeah, and we'll speak with one Republican congressman this hour. Mike Herodopoulos will be joining us us. He is, of course, representing Florida, which has had some domestic political moves this week as well with the new congressional map that is going to be enforced ahead of the midterm. So there's a lot to get into with the congressman. There's just a lot going on today. It's not just the Iran stuff. The president also says he's raising the tariff on EU cars to 25%.
That's right. And may still save Spirit Airlines because there was a report the company was shutting down operations. The president seems to be keeping hope alive, but the stock is still deep in the red. I'm sure Charlie will hit all of that too.
Yeah, President Trump says they're still looking at Spirit, which is maybe why Spirit is off the lows, as Joe alludes to. But let's get a check on that stock and everything else moving in this Friday trade as we turn to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee. You and Joe absolutely right. Lots going on. We got you covered. Oil lower, stocks mixed, the VIX below 17. And let us begin with the tariff developments. President Trump says he's raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the EU to 25%, claiming that the bloc has failed to fully comply with the trade agreement negotiated with the U.S. We're seeing automakers sell off. Ford shares down now by just about 2%. We got GM down 1.3%. Stellantis, parent of Jeep and Chrysler, that is down now by 1.8%. In the airline industry, you heard the president live on Bloomberg Radio and Television. President Trump says the federal government still looking at a rescue plan for Spirit Airlines and will offer a final proposal. Trump says the administration will have an announcement sometime today, but right now we're looking at shares of Spirit Aviation Holdings, FLYYQ on the ticker, down now by 17.9%. At one point, the stock was down 70%. Frontier up 8.2%. Other discounters also advancing. JetBlue up by 4.2%. And among the legacy carriers, United up 3.1%, Delta up 2.1%, American up by 1.5%. Equities now trading mixed. The Dow down 0.4%. S&P, NASDAQ both at records. S&P up 36, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up by 1%. NASDAQ 100 index also at a record, up by 1%. The VIX below 17, the 10-year 4.37%. Gold up 0.5%, 46.41 the ounce. And crude keeping an eye on WTI just above $101 a barrel now, down 3.3%. Barrel of Brent at 108, down now by 2.2%. Joe and Kaylee, lots going on, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, lots going on indeed. Charlie Pellet checking on the Friday trade for us. Thank you so much. Of course, there's lots going on in the mind of President Trump, and he just gave us some insight into that as he was fielding a number of questions from reporters before departing the White House en route to Florida. Well, he will be speaking at the Villages later on today. That event obviously likely to focus a lot in part on healthcare policy and tax policy, but it was more questions around foreign policy that the president was focused on just a few moments ago, including the ongoing war with Iran and talks to end it. I don't even know if we're still calling it an ongoing war. He and the administration is arguing that because we're in a ceasefire, it's no longer a war. Don't keep going on the clock countdown for the War Powers Act consideration. All that said, he doesn't seem super satisfied with what he's receiving from Iran in terms of talks to potentially reach some kind of agreement. He said, and this is a quote, "They want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it." So for more, we go now live to the White House, where we find Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. So Tyler, he talked about strides being made, but didn't sound really overly optimistic that those strides are going to lead us to the desired end result.
Right, Kaylee. I mean, President Trump saying that the reason why he's not too optimistic about this is because Iran has made demands that he just cannot agree to. Now, with this said, he also said that he doesn't want to take that path of escalation to resume military operations if he doesn't have to. But these comments do come on the heels of Iranian state media confirming earlier today that Iran had sent an updated proposal to Pakistani mediators. Now, we still don't have the details on exactly what this fresh plan entails, but we do know that the U.S. wasn't too happy with the plan that was previously put on the table that would have postponed any dialogue around Iran's nuclear program, but would have seen an interim deal where potentially the Strait of Hormuz could be reopened if the U.S. lifts its naval blockade. But you heard from President Trump just moments ago reiterating that that blockade is not going anywhere. He said that it is, quote, incredible, again echoing the statements that we heard yesterday in the Oval Office. He also thanked Pakistan for being the mediator in these talks and says that the U.S. is still trying to pursue this diplomatic route. But as of now, Joe and Kaylee, those talks are only happening on the phone.
Interesting. Kaylee, the president's on his way down to the villages. Of course, in Florida, the Marine One helicopter just took off over Tyler a second ago, and the president just boarding Air Force One, Tyler. The headline at the BBC, "Pickleball and Protests. Trump visits world's largest retirement community." Known as the Disney without the roller coasters. This is a friendly crowd for Donald Trump, right? We remember the boat parades during the campaign and so forth. Tyler, why is he going to the villages? What's the message today?
Well, Joe, this is a message around affordability. We're expecting President Trump to tout the new tax cuts under the One Big Beautiful Bill and also to talk about accessibility improvements at the Social Security Administration. But you're right, this is going to be a friendly crowd for the president. He has repeatedly won this area in the elections. But the broader backdrop here, of course, is that Florida is often considered to be a battleground political state as we head into the midterm elections. He did make a brief remark there applauding the governor Ron DeSantis, since we know that there is going to be that tight gubernatorial race in the state. But of course, this comes on the heels and the backdrop that American consumers right now are dealing with those higher gas prices, and that is going to be a liability for Republicans as we get closer to November. Now, this administration has repeatedly maintained that the disruption is going to be in the short term. You heard President Trump make that case to the reporters just there, but it is raising some questions about what more the administration can do in the meantime to help to lower gas prices. And Joe and Kaylee, the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, was on Bloomberg Television just yesterday, and he didn't really outline that the administration is looking at anything new. He seemed to rule out the idea of an export ban and instead touted actions that the administration has already taken, such as extending that waiver for the Jones Act or working to improve those regulations to get higher content ethanol gasoline on the market in time for the summer driving season.
Well, and Tyler, when we think about higher gas prices, we also could be facing down here in the U.S. higher prices of some of the vehicles that gas is going into. At least if the president stays true to what he's saying today, he's going to raise the tariff on European-made cars to 25%.
So this is definitely a move of escalation by the White House, Kaylee, because as you well know, the agreement that had been reached between the U.S. and the EU when it came to the trade deal was that more preferential 15% tariff rate that was going towards most EU imports is instead was supposed to also filter down to autos. That was a really critical part of that trade agreement. You remember there was an investment pledge in order for them to secure that. lower rate for those sector-specific tariffs. Now, it's not necessarily surprising because we knew that tensions had been brewing between the U.S. and the EU when it came to implementation on the deal, not necessarily related to the auto tariffs, but related to metal tariffs after the administration had moved to expand the list that 50% metal tariff would extend to. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth. We don't need to get into the wonkiness of it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't appear that the two sides are too happy with the agreement that ended up being reached. In fact, Bloomberg News reported earlier this week that some of the EU's biggest economies, including Germany and France, were starting to really make their concerns known when it came to that deal regarding the metal tariffs. We can say that we've heard from at least one EU Parliament member who said earlier within the last hour that President Trump's behavior is, quote, unacceptable.
Tyler, thank you so much. Day to mow the lawn, it seems, at the White House. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with the latest on a number of stories here, and we want to focus on the latest with Iran. The president talking to reporters again just before he left the White House, saying they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it. He says, we just had a conversation with Iran. Let's see what happens, but I would say that I am not happy, knowing that Iran delivered a new proposal to the U.S. It is still not immediately clear whether the president was referring to that proposal or exactly what is in it. But we are going into a weekend here with the Strait still closed, even as oil prices tick lower, which has been a curious part of this story the last couple of days. Real hope, real optimism in this market for a deal as opposed to the resumption of military strikes. Mona Yakubian is with us now, Director and Senior Advisor of the Middle East Program at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Mona, it's great to have you back. Your thought here with this back and forth. The president says there's no reason to get on a plane right now because there's no evidence of a breakthrough. Do we roll through the weekend with the standoff in place?
Hard to know, Joe. I mean, it's clear that we are at a diplomatic stalemate. No peace, no war. As you note, the strait remains closed, and it seems as though we're witnessing a battle of wills. But that being said, we also know that the president did receive military options from CENTCOM yesterday, and there is some discussion as to whether the president may choose to go with some fierce but limited military strikes in the hope of breaking this diplomatic stalemate and getting Iran to the table. Big question as to whether that would work or not. But I think that is something that's at least is under consideration.
Well, so Mona, what do you think is most likely to get the will of Iran to bend or break at this point? Because we saw weeks and weeks of kinetic military action, of targeted strikes across a lot of their military infrastructure and the like. Didn't seem to do much. Now we see this blockade, and U.S. Central Command just says 45 commercial vessels have been redirected at the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump has talked about Iran as being on almost at a state of economic collapse. Is that what is more likely to make them bend, or are they relatively willing to withstand both types of pain, frankly?
Unfortunately, Kayleigh, I think what we've seen is that Iran's pain threshold is pretty high. And yes, their economy is on the verge of collapse. The rial is at an all-time low. They've had significant damage done. And of course, now their oil exports are also being impeded. So it's not as though they are not experiencing pain, but they are signaling defiance. The Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, just issued a statement basically saying Iran is not going to relinquish control over the Strait of Hormuz, nor is it going to deal on the nuclear issue at this time. And so I think this is a question of who can endure pain the longest. And of course, caught in the middle of all of this are global markets and countries in Asia, in Europe, that are feeling this pain much more directly even than we are here in the United States.
We've got a new debate surrounding the War Powers Act, Mona. As I'm sure you've heard, the White House is suggesting that we are not at war right now. Therefore, the 60 days that would be marked today under the War Powers Act and requiring some action by Congress to let the president move forward simply does not apply. Yesterday, that the days of ceasefire count against the 60-day mark. Other reporting by the New York Times, quoting officials at the White House, saying that the ceasefire resets the clock. I asked Leon Panetta about this. last evening. Of course, among his many roles, he was a defense secretary in the Obama administration. Here's what he said about it.
I understand that the president's trying to raise the threat threshold to try to move Iran, but I don't think that's what's going to do it. The president does have the power to extend the War Powers Act for an additional 30 days if he can show that it's part of an effort to wind down the war. If that were part of it, then perhaps that could be an approach. But I think in and of itself, I'm not sure that it does.
What do you make of this, Mona? The president says that the War Powers Act is totally unconstitutional. Those are the words he used this morning. Are we going to just blow right through these deadlines?
Well, it's hard to know. This is a very unpredictable administration. And beyond Secretary Panetta, there are former officials in Republican administrations who also take issue with the administration's interpretation of a ceasefire, allowing a pause on the clock. Right. But, regardless, I think the issues really are around the tolerance for this war continuing. We've talked about higher prices at the gas pump. The administration itself says the war has cost $25 billion so far. Many believe that the number is much higher, maybe 2 or 3 times higher. So beyond the legal and constitutional issues of the War Powers Resolution, which indeed does come into effect today as we hit the 60-day mark, there are the bigger questions of America's tolerance for this war and, frankly, a lack of understanding of exactly what the objectives are and what the president's plan is for an off-ramp.
So as we consider domestic tolerance for this, Mona, do you think that there may be merit in Iran potentially thinking that it can just wait out President Trump on this one due to those domestic political pressures?
I think the Iranians very likely feel that time is on their side, that they don't have these kinds of domestic pressures, right? This is a very brutal regime with little regard for its people. They are keenly aware of the pressures that the president is feeling at home, including that this is an election year. And so it may well be, as I said earlier, that this is a battle of wills. And Iran believes it's in a position that it can win that battle of wills, that it can outlast the United States.
So it sounds like we kind of know where this is going then. And if Iran is not going to negotiate around its nuclear capabilities, what is there to talk about?
Well, I mean, what there is to talk about is getting the strait back open and having traffic resume. We are seeing this incredible price that is being paid in global markets, and we haven't even begun to see. Can you have
one without the other? Can we reopen the strait without a guarantee?
Well, unfortunately, I think that's what the Iranians are banking on. That is certainly what they've been proposing. Let's deal with the strait first, and of course, open the strait. What does that mean? Does Iran have some sort of administrative control over the strait? That's the complexity of the conflict as it stands right now. And I think, again, it really comes down to how much, frankly, the world can endure the strait essentially remaining closed. We're 60 days into this conflict. It's already exacted an enormous cost. And we also know that this war has a very long tail, that even if the strait were to open tomorrow, we're talking months before things get back to something that appears close to what it was before, some sort of normal.
Yeah, the timeline may be longer than market pricing currently reflects. Mona Yacoubian, thank you as always for joining us, Director and Senior Advisor of the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Thank you so much. And that is a question we've continually been asking, Joe. Is this market too overly optimistic about the prospect not just of a deal, but of relatively quick normalization if and when a deal is made and the strait is back open? Especially on the day the CEO of ExxonMobil says it will be 2 months after the strait reopens to get flows through Hormuz back to where they were before. This is not going to happen overnight. No, we'll have another check on those markets for you in just a minute and be joined by our political panel here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index on track for another week of gains. Right now on the week, we're up by 1.2%. If we do have a weekly gain, it would be the 5th in a row. U.S. stocks on this first trading day of the brand new month. Trading mixed. The Dow down 27 right now, have been higher for much of the morning, lower now by under 0.1%. We've got the S&P 500 index up 42, trading at a record 72.51, up by about 0.6%. NASDAQ Composite Index up almost 300 points for NASDAQ. That is a gain right now of 1.2%. Record there, record also for the NASDAQ 100 Index. The VIX below 17 with a 10-year 4.37%. Gold is up $19 the ounce to $46.37, up by about 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 3.3%, still above 101 a barrel. Brent 108.15, drop there of 2%. President Trump says the federal government is still looking at a rescue plan for Spirit Airlines and will offer a final proposal. Trump says the administration will have an announcement sometime today. President also raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%. After earnings, ExxonMobil down 1.4%. Chevron after earnings down 1.8%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Live from World Headquarters in New York, welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Just had a long conversation with an expert in Rosemary Becky about the way forward here with Iran. And Kaylee, it's a difficult moment because it's hard to tell what is bluster from both sides in this case. And the proposal that we have from Iran today doesn't seem to have changed anything. President Trump, though, says he is still hoping to strike a deal. At the same time, this is the 1st of May. Happy May Day. That's 60 days since he notified Congress, which is amazing that we're in the month of May. But there are questions about whether we're going to enter a whole debate around the constitutionality of the War Powers Act. It seems like the White House would like us to.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the messaging, as President Trump argues that the War Powers Act, which has been law for, more than 50 years,
Back to
is
Vietnam.
Unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
You had the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, saying even if it is constitutional, the 60-day clock shouldn't have been running so long as the ceasefire has been in place, as it has been for weeks now. All that said, Congress is on the May recess, as it is the month of May now. They won't be back until May 11th to even consider whether or not they want to flex some congressional authority muscle over war powers in the first place. So where that leaves us, I'm not quite sure.
This is going to be a grand debate, I'm sure, remembering that the president can get an additional 30 days, bring you to 90, at which point there would need to be an authorization for the use of military force.
So let's get into this now with our political panel. Rosemary Becky is with us, partner at Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber & Schreck, and Republican strategist, alongside Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Welcome to you both. Rosemary, when we consider the questions around the legality or the reading of the law in the War Powers Act, whether it's 60 days or 90 days, knowing that additional 30 days is supposed to be requested specifically, at least it could be read as specifically for the withdrawing of troops from a conflict zone. Do you expect that today is a real marker for a Republican-controlled Congress who, to this point, has been unwilling to check the president when it comes to this conflict in particular?
I don't think today is a real marker for the Republicans. I think that this debate regarding the war powers is going to continue. And just as you pointed out, their Congress is out until May 11th. And so when they return, there will certainly be some rhetoric and discussion around it. But I don't think that Republicans are looking to challenge the president on this at this moment.
You wonder if that changes in another 30 days, Jeannie. What do Democrats do with this? They're clearly rejecting this argument.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also wonder, Joe, does it change after these members go home? As Rosemary was just talking about, they are heading home. They come back on May 11th. And what are they going to hear when they go home? Because, of course, what the polls are telling us is that the war is widely unpopular. fewer than 2 in 10 Americans think the action has been successful, and yet we are paying for it. We're paying for it at the gas pump. We're paying for it with our groceries. And so for these members, I just got to imagine they want to be on the campaign trail talking about affordability. The president is out today, wants to talk about this issue involving Social Security. They want to talk about no tax on tips. And yet any savings people are feeling from those initiatives, they're putting back into their gas pump. They're putting back into the grocery store. And so you wonder, is there going to be pressure? Just yesterday or the day before, we saw Susan Collins under pressure in Maine. She reversed course on the war. And so I'm curious, what does this time away and this time at home do to these members as they hear from constituents who are still asking basic questions like, why are we there? What is the point? And when are we going to be done?
Well, and Susan Collins might be a character you would expect to, or one of the more likely characters to break with this administration, Rosemary, but you're starting to see others as well. Todd Young of Indiana, for example, says he would expect to need an authorization for use of continued military force if the president were to choose to go back to kinetic action. And I wonder if you think the chorus could get louder, even if it doesn't become an outright majority of Republicans who disagree, if you would be surprised to see more names added to that list.
I don't think I would be surprised to see more names added to that list. I wholeheartedly agree with Jeanine that when they go home here for this work period, they're going to hear a lot of discussion around affordability. And this is a factor in all of that, right? I mean, while, Americans got on average an extra $1,000 in their tax refund, they're spending a lot of that money on gas. And the question becomes, how much longer does that linger? I mean, there are a lot of American families out there that are struggling with energy costs, healthcare costs. And so, they're going to hear all that when they're at home. And so in all likelihood, there's going to be extra pressure to speak up about it and demand, some more action and stuff. I think that's also why the White House is working as fast as they can and as quickly as they can to kind of try to resolve this. But as several of your guests has pointed out today, it'll take time, right? Like, even if we have some kind of ceasefire settlement in the coming days, it's going to be a matter of time before, you start to truly see gas prices come down and that impact to the economy overall.
Rosemary reminds us May 11th is when lawmakers will be back in town. And Jeannie, they're going to have to deal with a lot more than this. We should note a lot got done before everyone left yesterday. Some things that we were told could never happen. FISA Section 702 reauthorized for 45 days. DHS reopened after a 75-day. That's a record partial shutdown. They even passed the Farm Bill in the House, realizing that may not take place in the Senate. But there are questions, Jeannie, about how Speaker Johnson pulled this off at the last minute and what last-minute deals were struck that might impact future debates or even need to be undone. In the case of the Farm Bill, he had to renege on an agreement with a group of Republicans from the Midwest that tied year-round sales of an ethanol fuel blend, E15, to the bill. They're going to have to undo that now. What else are we going to learn about? This brings us back to the old Kevin McCarthy days. What did you promise and when, Jeannie?
Yeah, I just love to have an ear on what's happening in this room as the vote is open on the floor with Mike Johnson for hours, and he's moving these people in back and forth from his office. And to your point, Joe, what promises and what deals are being struck? We will likely learn a lot more when we see these bills in writing. Give him credit. He did push this through. I mean, we were looking at this as at least I was, a really tough week. Now, I would go back and say, we also know that there was another person driving this forward, and that was the president. The White House really did get involved here to get these things over the line. But some of this, of course, is just kicking the can. You look at what deals were struck with the Farm Bill. You look at FISA. This has been going on for years over the warrant requirements. So all of those things have yet to be worked out. And when they come back, we are that much closer to primary voting and voting in the midterm election, which of course usually brings everything in DC to a halt and makes passing anything that much more difficult. And of course, they also want to do reconciliation 2 and I think 3 in the midst of all of this, which is, I'm hard pressed to imagine.
Yeah, 2.0 and then 3.0 does seem to be the plan that at least some conservatives are pushing for. But as we think ahead, look back on the week that was, thinking ahead on what's to come as we get closer to the midterms, here is how the speaker himself, Mike Johnson, characterized things yesterday.
Sometimes the process around here is cumbersome. That's the way this works. But in spite of our razor-thin, historically small majority, House Republicans continue to deliver for the American people. We will continue to do that for the remainder of the year. And that is a large reason why we are going to win the midterms so that the grown-ups can stay in charge here.
He's speaking of House Republicans specifically, Rosemary, but it's also a Senate Republican majority, and the two majorities, or at least the leadership of them, don't seem like they're necessarily in lockstep here. What is your read on the reported kind of breakdown in relations between Majority Leader John Thune in the Senate and the Speaker of the House?
So the negotiations between the House and Senate have always historically been, tough conversations and stuff. And I do think, for the most part, that relationship has worked well, but it has been tough. And right now it's a very strained relationships between the two houses. And so, there's a lot of work to be done when they get back. A lot of things, that we've kicked the can a little bit here on some things. We've got a reconciliation 2.0 that absolutely needs to get over the goal line. Whether or not we get to a reconciliation 3.0 is another issue, but you've got Farm Bill, you've got surface transportation, you've got so many other things that need to get done. And so both houses and both leaders are going to have to come back together and kind of iron out their differences and move the process forward.
Jeannie, we've only got about a minute left. I'm going to come out of left field for you on this one because it's what no one is talking about, and that's the nation's debt. Did you see this? The U.S. national debt now exceeds 100% of gross national product. This was said to be unthinkable. But as of March 31, the country's publicly held debt, Jeannie, was over $31 trillion, 100.2%. If Democrats win the House and the Senate potentially, will they make debt and deficits a priority, or is this the kind of thing that only the minority finds religion in?
Well, I certainly hope they do. I don't think we've seen that yet, unfortunately, in what we've heard on the campaign trail. But to your point, Joe, this should be the headline for all Americans. This is a marker that is unsustainable and, to your words, unthinkable at some points. And it should be front and center, not just for Democrats, but Republicans and all Americans. And as opposed to that, out of both parties, it's a pox on both their houses. They have just talked about continued spending, and we can't keep this up. That's why the 1.4 trillion on the military is unthinkable in my mind.
Jeannie Shanzano, Rosemary Becky, thank you for a great panel. Just went red on the terminal. President Trump issuing broad sanctions on Cuban officials and businesses. We'll have much more straight ahead here on Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Trump has signed an executive order imposing new sanctions on Cuba. This, according to a White House fact sheet. The document does not name sanctioned individuals, but the fact sheet says the order imposes new sanctions on, quote, entities, persons, or affiliates that support the Cuban regime's security apparatus. The Dow just turning positive once again, up 15 right now to 49,668. That is a gain of under 0.1%. A record-breaking run is driving stocks toward their longest weekly rally since 2024, amid hopes for a deal to end the Iran war. S&P pushing higher at 72.52, looking at another record there, up 43 points, gain of 0.6%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index, both trading at records. Both are higher now by 1.1%. All of this with a VIX below 17 and a 10-year at 4.37%. Gold, 46.30 the ounce, up by about 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude, 101.85 a barrel, down now by 3.1%. Barrel of Brent, 108.06, down now by 2.1%. President Trump says the federal government still looking at a rescue plan for Spirit Airlines, and the administration will have an announcement later on today. Estee Lauder planning to cut as many as 3,000 more jobs. That news sending the stock higher. Estee Lauder up now by 3.5%. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P at a record up 0.6%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie mentioning one of the stories we're following from here in Washington around Spirit Airlines. I guess nothing is over till it's over, and President Trump is signaling that perhaps the potential rescue of Spirit is not something that can be declared over yet, despite earlier reporting that we had seen that Spirit was getting ready to wind things down in the absence of a deal with the federal government. The president says, we're looking at it, but Joe, he says, if we can't make a good deal, no institutions have been able to do it. I'd like to save the jobs, he said. Yeah. We gave them a final proposal.
Also said we'll have an announcement sometime today. So now traders are on the hook for some news here. We saw the stock lift off its lows, Kaylee. It's still sharply lower.
Yeah, so we want to get some analysis on this entire situation as we turn to one of Bloomberg Intelligence's best. George Ferguson is with us. We're over at BI. He's Senior Aerospace Defense and Airline Analyst. George, welcome back to Balance of Power. How long, realistically, does Spirit have here for this to come together? If the president doesn't have something to announce today or tomorrow, will it be too late?
Yeah, my guess is that they have very little time. My guess is you're talking a matter of days, if that, right? You get to this point where the credit card companies don't want to release cash to the airline. The creditors want their money back. They've got to execute. And so I think we're at that point. And so I think very little time.
This is a stock, George, that's trading over the counter here at just over $1. A year ago, it was just under $9. If a deal was announced this afternoon, does it crawl back up to that level?
To $9?
Yeah.
I don't think so. We haven't seen financials in Spirit in a while, so I can't give you, sort of an absolute sense on what the valuation ought to be. But look, I think that Spirit was having problems before fuel spiked because of the Iran war. We saw it as just too much capacity in the U.S. airline industry, and especially on the low cost side of that business. And so I think, fares were soft. They were difficult to get moving. And that's why Spirit's having its problems. So if Spirit gets bailed out, I think that the healing that the market is trying to do, which is to take capacity out of it, gets truncated, and you've got the same problem again. And actually it's sort of bad news for the other low cost carriers, for like JetBlue, Frontier, because it means Spirit sort of stays in the marketplace and pushes down fares for them. Both those companies are having problems being profitable.
Well, so obviously there's potential ripple effects here, George. So when we consider the notion, as President Trump is talking about wanting to make a good deal, in your mind, is there a good deal to be had here for the federal government if they want to get these warrants?
No, so the way I laid it out, like I said, I think if they survive, the market stays too competitive, has too much capacity. Again, it's not one of these temporary issues where if you just get them past the Iran war, fuel spike, that I think that you've got a healthier market ahead of you. And I feel like the government's had some wins. They had a win with Intel, right? And I feel like there may be some areas of the government where they feel like, hey, this is another, it's another Intel, it's another opportunity to make some money here. Again, I don't. I think that the market just has too much capacity, and this is a correct reaction to that too much capacity.
Hey, George, we need to get to Congressman Herodopoulos, but I'm just curious, if Spirit goes out of business, do JetBlue and Southwest raise their fares, or does that create a new fare war between the two of the remaining discount carriers and fares go lower?
Well, I think there's less of a fare war if Spirit goes out of business, right? And I think Southwest is less of a benefactor in this one. I think really it's Frontier and it's JetBlue, especially JetBlue.
Of course, okay.
They both fight for. They're both the biggest, sort of JetBlue and Spirit are the biggest down in Fort Lauderdale, nice market, South Florida market. I would expect that fares would rise a bit. We still think capacity needs to come out of the market, even if Spirit leaves. So besides Spirit's capacity, it looks like there's too much capacity in the marketplace, especially given the higher fuel prices now. We think more has to come out.
Hey, George, it's great to have you. George Ferguson pulled back in on a breaking news day. Bloomberg Intelligence senior aerospace, defense, and airline analyst with news apparently looming on Spirit. Now, this isn't where we'd be thought we'd be starting with the congressman, but of course, Mike Herodopoulos represents Florida's 8th congressional district, and that's right next door to where Spirit Airlines is based. Congressman, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. Happy Friday. And I'm just wondering if you have thoughts on this. I know it's not right in your district, but just south of where you are, just south of Fort Lauderdale, is the home base of Spirit Airlines. And I suspect the administration's been in touch with the delegation when it comes to jobs in your part of the state. Is this a deal that could still be struck?
Well, it's only if it's a good deal for the taxpayer. I mean, I believe in the free market. We're all optimistic you can keep more of those low-cost carriers in place. But we need to look at the numbers, because in the end, if we bail out, we're actually helping, not always helping people in the long run. And so there are a lot of competitive forces out there, as your previous guest mentioned before. So if it works for the taxpayer, that's a good thing. But if it's something that is not, I think this is the reality of the free market.
Well, I guess we'll have to see what the president is ready to announce in the next day or two on this particular issue. Congressman, he didn't seem as excited about the prospect or optimistic about the prospect that he'd have something to announce when it comes to a deal with Iran. When he spoke to reporters earlier, he suggested he's not sure that negotiations will ever get there. He said Iran has proposed things that he simply can't agree to. What is your degree of optimism about a potential diplomatic path forward, or would you be surprised if the president made the decision to return to kinetic military action? And if he does so, would that take a vote from you and your colleagues?
Well, the president is going to make the right call for the American public. He has given up a lot to be our president, and he strongly believes that Iran is a long-term threat to not just the Middle East, but the entire world, as they evidenced by their ability to fire missiles down multiple thousands of miles. And remember, every president, Democrat and Republican alike, have recognized the threat of Iran. We have them on their heels at this point. If the Iranians continue to be not only bombastic, but to kill their own citizens, I think that you might see a return to kinetic activities because we need to eliminate this threat once and for all. We're all paying for it at the gas pumps right now, but we want to make sure that the lives are no longer lost, because remember, since 1979, thousands of Americans have lost their lives, and hopefully this will be our last engagement with this corrupt, evil regime.
Yeah, $4.39 nationally today. It looks like you're just below that mark in Florida, Congressman. You're doing better, $4.28 on average in the state of Florida. But just to put a finer point on it, the president said today before he got on the plane to go down to your neck of the woods, he's going to be in the Villages in just a short while, talking about some of the initiatives that he has pursued for retirees. He says that the War Powers Act is unconstitutional. Do you agree?
Well, every president says that. Since 1973, the president, the prerogative has always been the War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
I don't know. I remember George W. Bush going to Congress to make the case for an AUMF, right?
So it's one of the realities of it all. But as you know, the Congress will have a say. And they are, of course, working close with the administration. But most common sense people recognize that this problem in Iran is a real one. Fortunately, there's not been a huge death toll, but 13 is still too much. But we're challenged by a situation where you're dealing with madmen. Again, I can't stress this enough. Their own citizens are being killed by their government to the tune of 30,000, if not more. And so you're dealing with an evil regime here, and we're trying to deal with people who are absolutely irrational. And so we're going to try to bring this in for a landing, but if we need to continue the forces, we're going to need to do so. And the only way I would be okay with giving them any resources is if they turn over the nuclear materials that they've accumulated through the years.
Well, and Iran right now maintains that that's something they aren't willing to do. Just to continue the conversation around the War Powers Act for a moment longer, whether or not it's constitutional, when you're reading the law, Congressman, if you're assuming that indeed that law, which has been in place for decades now, is constitutional, and we have reached the 60-day mark since the president notified you and your colleagues that he was launching these combat operations, is the clock still ticking in your mind? The Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth suggested because we're in a ceasefire, it's not. But last I checked, we are still actively maintaining a U.S. naval blockade with military assets and military personnel involved.
Well, as you've seen already, there's been a few different votes on the war situation in Iran. We are conducting, I think, a thoughtful way in which to conduct the war in order to save American lives and to reduce the threat in the region, let alone the world. I've given the president a lot of leeway because, again, every president before him recognized the threat but chose different paths. If you remember, not too long ago, President Obama attempted to give the Iranians a lot of money and a lot of opportunity to get into the world economy. And instead, they use these dollars to continue their terrorist activities. And so President Trump has said enough is enough. At this point, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Should the speaker bring this up for a vote, I would gladly vote one way or the other, depending on the facts. But it's something where I think I support the effort in Iran because in the long term, we think it'll be beneficial for not just the region, but also the United States. And let's also not forget that even though we are struggling with higher gas prices, there's some relativity here. If you look at the Obama or Biden years during their presidency, adjusted for inflation today, they'd be $150 a barrel during parts of their presidency. So nothing new there. The second part of that is we're bringing on more oil here in the United States. We're being more self-sufficient. It's too bad we don't have the Keystone Pipeline, of course, that Joe Biden killed. And it's also a fact that we have, of course, going to have new oil coming out of Venezuela, which will also help offset some of the higher prices we're all struggling with. But this is something I'd love to end quickly. But good policy is good politics, meaning the right thing to do here is to eliminate the threat from Iran, take away their nuclear capability, because we recognize, unfortunately, now they have the missile capability to shoot a rocket and potentially a nuclear weapon over 2,000 miles.
Yeah, I haven't heard the Keystone invoked in a minute, Congressman. I want to ask you, since right out that window behind you is the Space Coast, about the president's plans for NASA. And this is always important to our audience. We cover every launch here at Bloomberg, as you well know. We saw the budget proposal, and I realize this is the skinny proposal from the White House, but it shows a 23% cut to NASA. The president has pledged his support to the Artemis program and to NASA as a whole. He's taking credit for helping to rejuvenate the agency. Is that a real proposal? Will that become law, or is this up for debate?
Well, I would just say this. First of all, the president loves space. He, of course, created the Space Force. He's created a really opportunity for my community on the Space Coast. And he's put Jared Isaacman there, who really loves the country, given up so much to really rejuvenate NASA. And we saw this amazing, of course, 10-day mission around the moon for the first time since 1972 in a successful splashdown in the Pacific. These are heady days for us on the Space Coast, so we're excited about that. Last year was much the same as far as budget proposals, but as you know, when we brought it in for a landing, not only did we fully fund NASA, but we put almost $10 billion additional dollars in to help make sure we win this space race. And I think under the leadership of Jared Isaacman at NASA, and of course, Ted Cruz here, and Dr. Babin, who's our House leader on space, we're going to win this space race, and we're going to put the resources necessary. And when you actually look at space flight operations, that's actually, the spending is going up. Some of the science capabilities we're going to look more closely at and make sure we get the most bang for the buck. But I think you're going to see that gap diminish because we want to win the space race.
All right, we'll leave it there. Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, the Republican representing Florida's 8th District and the Space Coast, thank you so much for joining us on Balance of Power. A lot of news covered this hour, and there will be more later on when we reconvene at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll see you then on this Friday, right here on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, across Bloomberg platforms. Yes, indeed, we are Bloomberg Business Week Daily. It is the first day of May, Friday, May 1st, 2026. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. And we've got a couple records on Wall Street.
Yeah, we do. Taking a look at the S&P 500 right now, it is higher by 0.6%. 72.51, Carol Mass. So the NASDAQ 100 also surging today.
Yeah, it's like nothing's going on in the world. I mean,
well, there is something going on. It's called Apple, and it was a good quarter.
You were going to go there.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
Take it away.
Well,
yeah, it's rallying.
I don't need to take it away.
Why?
Because it is the market today.
It is.
And, we're going to cover that. But I think there's also some geopolitics that's front and center that maybe investors are ignoring.
I think that's safe to say. We've had a slew of headlines. We're in the newsroom like, oh my God. President Trump leaving the White House, getting ready to board Marine One. This was about an hour ago or so. A slew of headlines talking about issuing broad sanctions on Cuban officials and businesses. Still looking at Spirit Aviation, giving them a final proposal, maybe a decision later today or tomorrow. So I don't know. We're going to get federal assistance. And then, talking a lot about Iran as well. And then tariffs, another bunch of tariffs.
Another bunch of tariffs. Brent crude, Carol, down today by 2.6%, but still $107 a barrel. WTI above $100 a barrel at 101.25.
All right. So we're going to get more on the trade in just a moment. But as Tim and I have just kind of said, a lot coming at us again. It's not a quiet Friday, folks. We're going to get the latest on that U.S. war with Iran, more on tariffs, what's going on in terms of Cuba. Could we be getting ready to do something? I don't know. And then that possible White House bailout of airlines.
And that's just one guess.
That's just one.
Okay. We got some other people we're talking to today, including the CEO of Magna International, Swami Kotagiri, stops by. Read on the auto sector, and we'll talk earnings as well.
Yeah, and then also stopping by to talk about life after Buffett. As Berkshire Hathaway hosting its annual shareholder meeting, that's happening tomorrow. We're going to catch up with the CEO of one of Berkshire's subsidiary companies. We're talking about Brooks Running.
Did you wear your running shoes?
Nope. Oh, I was going to show you, but I won't do that. That could get kind of messy.
It is Friday.
It is Friday. Also, Jayati Bardwaj, TD head of FX strategy. She's going to join us too, making her way right here to our studio. In the meantime, let's get a check on the trading day. Let's turn things over to Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much. You mentioned Berkshire. That's stock up right now. The Class A shares up by about 0.2%. All of that coming out tomorrow morning. Right now, though, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ pushing higher. Dow on track for a winning week. S&P also on track for another week of gains, up 41 right now, 72.50 where we stand, as Tim mentioned, up by about 0.6%. Yes, record there. Record on NASDAQ, record on the NASDAQ 100 index. We got the Russell 2000 index also in the green, pushing higher. S&P up 40, up 0.6%. The Dow just about flat on the day, still looking at a 13-point gain. We'll call that unchanged. We have got NASDAQ up 273 for NASDAQ. That's an advance now of 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 index also up by 1.1%. The VIX now just below 17 with a 10-year at 4.37%. The 2-year 3.87%. Gold little changed, up 0.1%, 46.24 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.6%, still above $101 a barrel. Notice the shrinking in the spread between WTI and Brent. Brent right now 107.64. That is down by just about 2.5%. Bottom line here, we're on track for a fifth week of gains on the S&P 500 index. Some of the other headlines that Carol touched on: President Trump says the federal government is still looking at a rescue plan for Spirit Airlines and will offer a final proposal. Trump says the administration will have an announcement sometime today. Right now, looking at Spirit shares, they are trading down 22%. Earlier this morning, we did see them fall by roughly 70%. Frontier, ultra low-cost carrier, ULCC on the ticker, up by 9.5%. JetBlue is higher by 3.9%. And among some of the legacy carriers, United up 2.5%, American up 0.9%, Delta Airlines up now by just about 1.8%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P at a record up 39, higher by 0.5%. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. So appreciate it, Charlie. We'll come back to you later on this hour. There's so much going on this hour, as we've been talking about. You've got President Trump signing an executive order imposing new sanctions on Cuba. There's tariffs. We're going to get into that with our Jeff Mason in just a moment. But we want to get a view on the markets. Feel like it's the kind of right week to start there because there has been so much, Tim, coming at investors.
Yeah, it's great to have back with us Jayati Bardwaj, head of FX strategy at TD Securities. She joins us here in the Bloomberg studio.
She does indeed. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much.
What a week.
Coming back.
I want to talk the dollar, because the dollar wrapping up its worst month since June, as the prospect of peace talks to end the war kind of leaving traders to unravel bets on the haven currency. But it does seem like a little bit different perhaps today, looking at a slightly higher dollar index. How are you strategizing around the war here? Do you think we're getting closer to an end?
Unfortunately, that's not an easy question to answer. It does appear we've reached a stalemate. I think the most likely scenario would be given on the nuclear side, both sides are still on very differing and opposing views on what needs to happen. Eventually, you are going to get close enough to midterm elections, oil reserves and capacity hitting very low levels such that oil prices start shooting higher, such that both sides will have to come up with a brokered deal for the very near term, but you cannot be sure if it remains next year. But up until the midterm elections, you can get some sort of a peace deal. Let's not talk about the nuclear part. Let's leave that for a later discussion, but agree on everything else and try to get the Strait of Hormuz open. So some sort of a midterm peace agreement seems the most likely path.
I'm sorry. It just seems like
it worries me when you say that.
It just seems like that goes back to a situation then that was worse for a lot of parties before the war began.
Yeah.
So like you're not getting rid of the nuclear threat, and oil is still higher, and Iran's leadership has been, in the words of the president, decapitated. But it also seems like the IRGC is running things. So I don't know. We're having a hard time understanding what's going on.
I think that obviously you do need to take out the nuclear threat. The debate is what's the right time to do it. Is it now when midterm elections are approaching, or do you wait for after that? Because you always have the option of troops on the ground. Do you wait for things to die down? Clearly, both sides are alerted to escalation on both sides, and you do it much later when one of the sides is not expecting it. I think that's the trade-off you need to do, and our defense and policy analyst thinks that it could get deferred until after midterm elections, any surprise troops on the ground, or, tackling the nuclear question more heads on.
I have to say, JT, I do think about this a lot, and I do wonder if at some point or slowly or right now, the administration and President Trump's advisors are saying, and he seems to be, they all remind us, he's the one who's going to decide where this goes next, but that he could potentially be thinking, let's just figure out a way to get to the midterms without upsetting anything more than it already is, right? And open up the strait. That eases gas prices. That matters to voters. We'll figure out stuff later. And then he might be saying, listen, you want to keep it in our, you got to help us with this. To Iran.
You have a good...
You know what I mean? Put it off till next year.
Okay, I'm just going to say, the president said at 12:32, negotiations are not getting there. He said hardliners in Iran want to make a deal. The U.S. is not leaving the Hormuz Strait now.
So I think the Strait of Hormuz will be prioritized. That's the key thing for voters. That's the key thing for global economies across the world. You will potentially get to some sort of a deal where both sides have some sort of vigilance on the Strait of Hormuz, but it allows to slowly go back up to the way it was operating at maybe 70 or 80% of what it was operating at, but both sides would keep an active vigilance on it. That would be the brokered ceasefire. It would not be a full ceasefire, not a complete deal. That would be the intermediary step before you get to the final stages.
Yeah, it's like not committing. You're dating and you don't commit kind of thing. JT, stay with us. I want to just get to some of the headlines. We mentioned President Trump signed an executive order imposing new sanctions on Cuba, imposing new restrictions on entities, persons, or affiliates that support the Cuban regime's security apparatus. This increased pressure coming as President Trump told reporters that the U.S. is not close to a deal to end the war with Iran. He did speak earlier.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Now, all of that in the same couple of hours that the president also said he was raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%, claiming that the bloc had failed to fully comply with the trade agreement negotiated by the U.S. We're talking with Jayati Bardwaj, and we also want to bring into the conversation who obviously tracks everything from Washington, usually in the nation's capitals, and Jeff Mason, Bloomberg News Washington and White House Bureau. White House correspondent. Sorry, I'm rushing.
Close enough.
I heard you were rushing to get here.
She's just so excited that you're here.